Listen what I say. The captain is a tyrant and I no longer obey. I'm sick of taking orders from the madman in command. So let's drop him on an island and leave him in the sand. Cause it's a mutiny. It's a mutiny.
Hello and welcome. This is episode 2.4 of History of the Atlantic World. And it's the conclusion to our second series, People of the Sun. I am your caffeinated host, Jesse Wiest. Thank you for listening. Now, it's been far too long. And so I'd like to apologize for the length of time it's taken me to create this episode, and not to mention the last one. And so before we dive into the material, I'd like to ask for just a minute of your time more, and to thank you for your patience. But at any rate, if in order to help me produce quality episodes faster, there's basically two things you can do. One, if you happen to listen to the if you happen to listen on iTunes, please write a written review for the podcast, because that triggers the algorithms that govern what podcast gets promoted to potential listeners. And if you're enjoying the show, please feel free to share it online. At any rate, the more listeners we get, the more people, A, who get to go along this journey through time with us, and B, if the audience gets large enough, I'll be able to annoy you with a few ads here and then, now and again, and the money generated from that will help me produce the episodes faster. The other way you can help is to donate to the podcast Patreon page. That's patreon.com/AtlanticWorld. Of course, the episodes will always be free, but they do cost a decent chunk of change for me to do the research and to produce each show. And it's also a tremendous investment of my time, to be honest. Contributions really help cover these costs, as well as fund future projects, like possibly, turning completed shows into book form or something like that. At any rate, please chip in and help finance the show if you can. You can do so for as little as $1 per month on patreon.com/AtlanticWorld. You can find that link, too, on the SoundCloud page where I host the site. What's really great about Patreon is, since you can help out with such a small amount of money, that really just translates into like $1 or $2 per show, the last couple of shows, really. And at any rate, for the amount of content that each show is turning out to be, I think that's a really great value. At any rate, thanks for your time. I really appreciate your support. If you're interested in social media updates, you can find us on Facebook. Find me on Facebook at Atlantic World History, or on Twitter at Atlantic1492. I know I'm not very active on there. I try and really limit my usage of social media, to be honest, but it's kind of hard with the show, and it's just hard at any rate. But anyway, I'm going to try and get really caught up with images after I'm done recording this over the next couple of days. So there'll be maps and other images that correspond with different episodes on probably the Facebook page, and also on Instagram, which you can find me on Instagram by searching for Atlantic World Podcast. Anyway, thanks for your time. I really appreciate written reviews, of course, since they help spread the podcast to others, and not to mention give me a chance to read feedback. With that said, on to the show. Now, like I said, this is the conclusion to People of the Sun, our second series. And we last left off in South America and the Caribbean in what archaeologists call the formative period, around the time when many societies in the Americas changed from being mobile to being more settled. In almost all parts of the world where this happened, the cause for doing so seems to have been a change from hunting and gathering to agriculture. But in studying the people of the Caribbean and South America, we have to grapple with some interesting questions. Is agriculture essential for permanent settlements and complex societies? For starters, that's a good one. Well, the short answer is no. Now, before we get into that, though, I want to talk about sources. Because for one thing, I made a terrible error last episode, or technically two. But the first is that the first error anyway, was that it sure was a pain in the ass to attempt to upload a 6-hour episode. So I'm going to do my best to never do that again. I should have done 2 separate episodes, maybe one up to the collapse of the Maya, and then a second on post-classical Mesoamerican civilizations leading up to the Aztecs, but what do you do? At any rate, a much more important grievous mistake was that I forgot to list the references for episode 2.3 Blood Oath, and holy crap, I actually realized that I had made that mistake while I was in the middle of recording. But I didn't want to stop recording at the time, and by the time I was done, the episode was, like I said, over 6 hours long. I had such trouble uploading it. I'm not exactly a tech wizard. But at any rate, that I decided it would be best not to add in anything to make the track even longer, but instead to simply wait till now, fess up my mistake here, and go ahead and give you the references now. So with that said, in addition to Richard Adams' great tome, Prehistoric America, I used Arthur A. Joyce's Mixtecs, Zapotecs, and Chatinos, Ancient Peoples of Southern Mexico, and that was very helpful for learning about the Oaxaca region. Michael D. Coe's The Maya is an awesome book about the Maya, and I really recommend it. And with that said, I also really recommend Michael E. Smith's The Aztecs. I mean, both Smith's The Aztecs and Coe's The Maya are fantastic. I might have even enjoyed Michael Smith's The Aztecs more. I don't know, but at any rate, they were both really good books. And my discussion on the Corn Mother in the early part of the episode would not have been possible without Colin G. Galloway's One Vast Winter Count, which is another excellent book, though it was mainly about North America. I used it a lot in that episode. With that said, the real reason I want to start talking about sources is this episode. Now, mind you, you might be wondering why I might conclude that not splitting up the Maya and the Aztecs into 2 episodes, how I might conclude that, and then I could also conclude that the best way with dealing with this episode was to combine all of South American and Caribbean history. I have 2 answers to that. The first is, my bad, this episode is also going to be pretty long. My second answer, though, is sources. Now, before I forget, this episode would not have been possible except for the help I got from reading Jerry D. Moore's A Prehistory of South America, Ancient Cultural Diversity on the Least Known Continent. Now, of all the books I've read for this series, I want to say this might be my favorite. And if you're looking for an in-depth book about archaeology that's just delightful to read, then it really might be the one for you. You'll learn an awful lot about South America and an awful lot about archaeology. It's a great, great book. At any rate, Samuel M. Wilson's book, The Archaeology of the Caribbean, provided me the basis for that region, and it's an outstanding book on the pre-Columbian history of the Caribbean. And Gordon F. McEwen's The Incas, New Perspectives, is a fascinating look into the empires of the Andes. Now, I certainly could have found and used more text to help me complete this episode, but there is limited information available to me, and so I don't know. Some of that would have been redundant. I'm sure more books would have, of course, been more helpful. The more books you read, the better things are. Now, the fact that we have a limited amount of information is true about every episode, but I'm especially limited when talking about South America and the Caribbean. Now, a big reason for my lack of sources in South American history is my knowledge of Spanish is very, very limited, and my understanding of Portuguese is just non-existent. And so there's actually a lot more available about these places that are written in languages that I don't read. But that's not the only reason. And this is especially true of the Caribbean. In the Caribbean, a lack of physical evidence has been left for a variety of factors, and this limits our understanding of the history of the place. Caribbean people didn't use an awful lot of stone in their construction projects, except for these special cobblestone causeways that they would build, the Taino would build. We'll get to that. Weather events like hurricanes have destroyed some evidence. More devastating, though, has been the centuries of abuse the islands have seen. Since 1492, millions of slaves who were forced into the Caribbean for centuries of labor in sugar plantations, engaged in things like constant plowing and replowing that devastated the archaeological record of the Caribbean. And to this day, tourism means that there's a constant kind of construction of new resorts, and this has kind of worsened things too. And this has all been terrible for our understanding of Caribbean history, mind you. These same sorts of things are happening elsewhere in the Americas and all over the world for that matter. And, of course, I'm not arguing that we should simply abandon all construction projects. I'm just issuing a reminder that it's important to look for archaeological sites when we're going to do new construction projects, and if we want to better understand the past. And with that said, I want to make a greater point, because I'm not so sure that our not understanding the past at all times and in all places is necessarily a bad thing. Now, I'm obviously saying that as a person who is completely obsessed with history. I mean, seriously, I can't get enough of this stuff. And I want to add the disclaimer that I'm not arguing for plowing up the earth and destroying archaeological sites via modern construction projects without doing archaeology. But we don't necessarily need to be digging everything up all the time. I mean, a lot of what we know about the past from archaeology involves the graves of people's ancestors being dug up out of the ground. And by the nature of that, that's a pretty disrespectful thing to be doing. So some gaps are okay. I mean, we can learn an awful lot about your family if we dug your grandfather up out of the ground. But what would your mother think? At any rate, with that out of the way, let's dive in and go ahead and head back into the past. And the best place for us to restart back from episode 2.1, Beyond Clovis, is back on the coast of Peru. Earlier in Beyond Clovis, we talked about sites like the Quebrada Jagüey site and the Ring site. And to sum things up nicely, the people who lived in the coastal regions of Peru developed societies that were becoming increasingly complex, but they did so without agriculture and without the use of pottery, which is pretty astonishing because in most societies, agriculture and pottery appear to be the precursors to advanced civilization. But prior to the rise of the Incas, a multitude of cultures flourished in ancient Peru, and we're going to be discussing some of them and talking about how they evolved and fused together to create the first widespread culture in South America. And that's called the religious cult of Chavín. It's a set of beliefs which spread across the Andes around 3,000 years ago. And Chavín kind of develops in different pieces in different times, but not all of them, like I said, involve agriculture. And we're going to start with a site called Huaca Prieta. People were living at Huaca Prieta since at least 13,500 years ago, and permanent houses first appeared there around 7,500 years ago. By 5,000 years ago, the people who were living there had built a large mound, along with several small buildings made of cobblestone walls. The mound itself was also made similarly, layers of cobblestone walls atop each other to create a pyramid. Several hundred people lived here at the time, living on fish and other resources of the sea. But they also used domesticated plants, cotton, bottle gourd, chili peppers, achira, and beans, but no staples like maize or manioc. And over time, Huaca Prieta expanded. More layers to the pyramid were added. The mound was raised from 5 to 10 meters. Sometimes around 6,000 years ago, a sunken circular court made with cobblestone berms and retention walls was built, and these sunken courts became a distinctive feature in the central Andes. The site and the mound continued to grow until about 3,500 years ago, which is around the time that maize finally started to become a principal crop in the region. And with that said, maize itself had been introduced maybe about 6,700 years ago, a long time after the people of Huaca Prieta began engaging in the construction of the mound. So it's clear that the development of Huaca Prieta did not require agriculture. And further, the adoption of agriculture came slowly. Maize was used for thousands of years as a minor supplement before it was adopted more fully. Now, there's similar evidence of this so-called, what archaeologists call the maritime hypothesis, at the site of La Paloma, where a tightly packed village of houses was found. They were built from willow and cane frames and covered by reed mats. The people of La Paloma ate a variety of wild plants, beans and squash, and hunted sea mammals, ate shellfish, and fished mainly. And as a result of this diet, the life expectancy of these people increased from the time of initial settlement, which was, and the settlement and the life expectancy increased until about 3,500 years ago. Fewer infants and children died. Diet improved. Stature increased in both men and women. They suffered from less tooth wear than agricultural people. Though the men of this community did suffer from a condition called surfer's ear, which is the accumulation of bony growths in the ear canal and is caused by cold wind and water. And that suggests that the men were diving for shellfish. Now, La Paloma is not a large site, but nearby is the site of Aspero, which was located on the mouth of the Rio Supe and quite a bit larger. Aspero contained 7 artificial mounds, 2 of which clearly show that the sophistication of the people here was such that there was a burial containing an adult and an infant. The other mound was a large pyramid, and so this was a pretty large society. We don't know a whole lot about it, but the mounds started being constructed about 5,000 years ago, reaching their total height at around 2,000 years ago. The people of Aspero ate a mainly maritime diet as well, and from their mounds, we know they were building non-residential architecture, which means that they had some sort of organized labor and coordination. But we don't know, I want to say, how the society of Aspero was organized. We do know that a similar culture developed at the mouth of Rio Casma, where the site of called Huaynuna is located. Huaynuna developed later than the other sites I've mentioned so far. It was first began being developed around 4,200 years ago. But like Huaca Prieta, La Paloma, and Aspero, it developed long before the introduction of pottery. From the trash middens dating to the period of time, we know that the people here grew potatoes and sweet potatoes, achira and cotton, and they also consumed large quantities of fish bones and shell. These people tilled gardens that existed elsewhere, or maybe they traded with inland groups to obtain their crops, because there's no arable land at Huaynuna. But nevertheless, the original site contained at least 7 small huts, which along with a large midden indicates that the people lived a mainly sedentary life. Around 300 years after they'd settled down, life began to change. Around 3,900 years ago, a new building was constructed. It was small, only 3 meters by 2.5 meters, but it had a well-plastered floor with a distinctive ventilated hearth. Now, the ventilation system was beneath the floor, and it brought outside air to the hearth. And this becomes a prominent feature to ceremonial architecture in the ceremonial Andes, just like the sunken courts did. And beyond this, it's going to have quite an effect on history afterwards, which I'm going to discuss soon enough. The people of Huaynuna, though, meanwhile, also modified a nearby hillside. And during this time, they created a ritual space that consisted of 4 terraces that were bisected by a staircase. And that led to a small stone building where no one lived, but it was built from cobbled stone from the nearby beach and plastered together. The circular room stood on top of the terrace, and we don't know much about the people who lived here any more than we do at the other sites we've discussed. This is so far back in the history of the Americas, but they were constructing ritual spaces and public architecture, and that's something that requires control of a large population in order to obtain the communal labor force. At Huaynuña, this happened around 3,900 years ago. And over the next 800 years, the creation of public architecture and ritual spaces became increasingly common in the central coast of Peru. Now, to fully catch us up with episode 2.1, this isn't the only place where this is happening in South America. If you'll recall, there were populations in Brazil and Uruguay who were constructing sambaquis, the large artificial mounds along the coast, and in southwest Ecuador too. Ritual mounds and ceremonial complexes were built. Now, in all of these places, the development of complex architecture and landscape experimentation occurred in populations of people who were focused on maritime activities, not agricultural ones. Around 6,000 years ago, the populations of these people who were living in sedentary villages began to increase, and that came alongside the construction of new mounds and new buildings. And afterwards, now that people were more sedentary, there was an increasing importance to cultivated crops. And that really is part of the global trend towards agriculture. But it's important to distinguish, I think, the fact that in most places, agriculture and pottery appear to be 2 necessary precursors for settlement. But on South America's west coast, settlement occurred via maritime exploitation instead, and then afterwards, then settled people started beginning to grow crops and use pottery. At any rate, now collectively, the region we were talking about, the central coast of Peru, is known as the Norte Chico. It's a place that consists of 4 river valleys: the Supe, the Huara, the Pativilca, and the Fortaleza, to be clear. Now, Peru is a region where dozens of sites that first date to around 5,000 years ago developed into more complex societies. One of them is known as Caral, and archaeologists have argued that perhaps this is the oldest city in the Americas. Caral is in the Supe Valley, and it consists of 145 acres of massive mounds, sunken circular courts, and plazas, all surrounded by a residential zone. The city was first constructed around 4,100 years ago, and it was inhabited for roughly 400 years. In total, there were 32 public buildings at Caral, which included the 6 large mounds, the largest of which, upon which sat a massive temple, which itself was 30 meters high. At the front of the great temple was a large sunken circular court. There was a staircase that went down into the court, and that essentially became the stairway to the temple mound as well. Across the same center plaza is a structure known as the Temple of the Amphitheater, which was a complex building of multiple rooms attached to another circular sunken plaza. Archaeologists have excavated 30 whistles made from condor and pelican bones, which have led them to believe that ceremonies involving music happened at these places. Like the Great Temple Mound, a staircase to the sunken court below aligned with the staircase to the amphitheater on top of the mound, connecting them. So it's believed that Caral was the center of a settlement network that consisted of 18 other sites throughout the Supe Valley. Many of these had specialized roles like fishing, the cultivation of various crops like achira, cotton, squash, beans, bottle gourd, sweet potato, avocado, and later maize, as well as important crafts like stone tool making, though many activities, a lot of the crafts, though, such as mural painting, fine masonry work, and complex architectural structures, those are really only present at the larger sites in the Corral network. Corral and other Supe Valley settlements shared a set of religious beliefs with larger trade networks as well. Corral and several other sites in the valley had special chambers with those subfloor ventilation ducts, like those found at Huenuña, for example. They also had an extensive trade network. An important shell called the spondylus shell, which comes from a warm water mollusk, and it was highly prized by Andean peoples who lived upwards of 1,200 kilometers away from the coast of Peru and Ecuador. This was a very important shell, and that formed an important part of the Corral's economy. It was called the first city in the Americas, but technically it was not the only complex society to develop along the Peruvian coast, because 180 kilometers to the north, though, in the Casma Valley, there was another society developing in complexity at the same time, called Sechin Bajo. Now, Sechin Bajo is on the north side, is north of the Casma Valley, or on the north side of the Casma Valley, excuse me. It's about 12 kilometers from the coast. And most of the site consists of massive ceremonial architecture. Since Sechin Bajo was away from the coast, it is believed that agriculture played a larger role here than it did at Corral. And the local population continued to grow and expand until about 3,000 years ago, by which point Sechin Bajo was centered around a large platform built of stones and adobe bricks and covered with a well-made floor, which is known as the Primer Edificio by archaeologists. Sechin Bajo was a religious site. It was remodeled and expanded at least 5 times during the 2,000-year history of the structure. Multiple sunken circular plazas were constructed, filled in, and reconstructed in one portion of the building, though the entrances and the staircase locations were always placed in the same location. Now, originally, the sunken court was rectangular, with plastered floor and walls. But later, a sunken circular plaza was built on top of the rectangular court. And then after that, another circular court was built on top of the previous one. And then finally, the entire Primer Edificio was filled in with clean gravel and capped with a layer of mud. And at that point, another site called Cerro Sechin appears to have kind of overtaken Sechin Bajo as the major ceremonial site in the Casma Valley, because construction at the site ceased at this point for a long time, though people still did use it as a cemetery for another 1,000 years. Cerro Sechin, the new site, started having major construction around 3,800 years ago. And it was a major ceremonial center for the next 1,500 years or so, or until approximately 500 BC. Now, the central platform of Cerro Sechin was without a doubt constructed for ritual purposes, since the walls of the structure depict scenes of the bloody sacrifice of war captives and fantastic images of anthropomorphic felines and crocodiles. A second edifice was constructed around 3,300 years ago, and this was followed by a third 300 years later, around 3,000 years ago. At various places along the walls of the buildings, reliefs and paintings suggest a special religious focus of the place. A crocodile deity with a combination of reptilian and anthropomorphic motifs appear in a lot of the structures there, which makes it really interesting because crocodiles don't live on the central coast of Peru. And this indicates a connection with parts of South America that are much farther east in the jungle. The feline figures are also interesting. In one image, 3 are shown holding knives and snarling with fanged teeth, and they hold hanging spheres from which snakes dangle, and possibly these spheres are meant to be trophy heads. At any rate, pretty fearsome stuff. At any rate, over time, new construction was done on top of old construction projects. So Andean peoples at Cerro Sechin and Sechin Bajo both would literally bury entire pieces of architecture. They would entomb important old buildings within newer pyramids, so that over time at these places, there was both a vertical and a horizontal growth that occurred. And simultaneously, while previous structures were replaced, they were also kind of, respected. At any rate, the site of Sechin Alto was originally constructed between 36 and 3700 years ago, and it was located at the junction of the Sechin and the Casma valleys. Sechin Alto is famous for its principal mound. Sechin Alto, not to be confused with Cerro Sechin and Sechin Bajo, the previous two sites, but at any rate, Sechin Alto is famous for its principal mound, which was the largest construction in the Americas when it was built. At 35 meters tall, it was a large pyramid built from conical mud bricks and stone blocks, which were cut in the front by a wide staircase that led to the peak of the mound. And that sat on the western end of a line of plazas that extended for nearly a mile to the east, with several sunken circular courts that aligned to the central axis of the city, which was estimated to have a population of something like 18,000 people. Now, Sechin Alto was one of many cities which developed in the different valleys of coastal Peru during this period of urbanization, which occurred over the course of about 7 centuries. From about 37 to 3,000 to 3,000 years ago, 3,700 to 3,000 years ago, a lot of new cities developed inland near agricultural lands, though some did also retain their coastal setting, kind of depending upon marine resources. And these communities would exchange their resources with each other, marine resources for cultivated agricultural goods. Archaeologists argue a lot about whether or not these early communities were state-level societies or not. But whether or not they were, it is undeniable that significant changes were happening in the social order in Peru during this period. Now, while the first cities in South America developed along the Pacific coast, communities in the Andean highlands were also building stunning public architecture, though it was smaller in scale. People in the central Andes were without the extensive space needed to create the enormous urban complexes consisting of mounds and plazas like coastal Peru had. Instead, they built smaller chambers with exceptional attention placed on the interiors of them, and some of them became exceptionally important religious spaces, or at any rate they appear to have been religious in focus, rather than the capitals of chiefdoms or states, based on the current evidence anyway. Essential to these religious spaces were small chambers with fire pits, with the underground ventilation systems I've been talking about. Now, these were not built within residential areas, but they were places of ritual and ceremony. Now, we know of 5 of them in total that exist. One that was in Corral, which dates to around 3,700 years ago. But the oldest is perhaps 4,000 years old. It appears from the objects found in the hearths, quartz crystals, obsidian flakes, chili pepper seeds, and important shells, that these weren't fire pits for cooking or just for warmth, but they had a specific religious purpose. We don't know much about these elaborate chambers, but they were the model for later, more elaborate ritual spaces. Archaeologists call what was going on here the Kotosh religious tradition. And while much of it is mysterious, we do know it was important because it was the predecessor of the Chavin culture, and because it focused on rituals involving burned offerings inside of these small chambers. And these burned offerings led to the knowledge of metalworking, because eventually someone noticed that if the wind blew, then the fire got hotter, and when the fire got hot enough and you put metal in it, then the metal would melt. Okay, Now, with that said, let's talk about Kotosh, a site about 2,000 meters above sea level on a tributary of the Huallaga River. Kotosh is just under 3 acres in size, but it's one of the most important sites in the history of the Andes, because from a period of about 2,500 years ago, from a period of about 2,500 years, from 4,600 years ago, until about 2,100 years ago, the site saw 6 major phases of construction, which resulted in basically 2,500 years worth of structures. Initially, these included small rectangular chambers with sunken hearths and subfloor ventilation shafts. But at Kotosh, these chambers were bigger than elsewhere, and over time, the temples which contained the chambers were filled up and built over with larger temples constructed on top of these older ones. Archaeologists call this process ritual entombment. Kotosh was not the only place this was practiced in ancient Peru. At other Peruvian sites, Kotosh-style temples and objects have been found by archaeologists, which indicate a wide-ranging network of trade and shared culture connected the highlands, the coast, and the western Amazon. Now, with all that said, I think it's time we better talk about the site of Chavin de Huantar. Chavin was the main religious center for a large chunk of the Central Andes. It was located over 3,000 meters in elevation on the eastern slope of the Cordillera Blanca. Chavin de Huantar sits at the junction of the Huaschera and the Mosna rivers, which both flow eastward towards the Amazon basin. I forgot to say this earlier. If you're not familiar with how this episode goes, I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce any of this. I just want to point that out. At any rate, distinctive motifs at Chavin were incorporated into the architecture of the site and the artifacts found in the ruins. And these included the feline figurines with their curling fangs and claws, snakes with flicking tongues, and exotic birds, raptors, amongst the most prominent elements in the art of the architecture of the site. And Chavin has been known to European observers since the colonial era. And Julio C. Tello, who was the initial Peruvian archaeologist who studied the site centuries afterwards, in 1919, really has some remarkable words about Chavin. Tello called Chavin, quote, La cultural matriz, or the mother culture. He explained, quote, within the domain of the Andes, no civilization has such well-defined and peculiar features as the Chavin civilization. Where remains are found, whatever the example of building or handicraft, or whatever the material employed, stone, metal, bone, clay, or any other, there appears the vigorous, unmistakable, architectural, sculptural, or pictorial creations of an extraordinary race. Its name and recollection have been erased from man's memory with the passage of centuries, but it has left behind undeniable traces of a civilization of such peculiarity and originality that it has no equal, unquote. Now, we know that Chavin developed out of earlier Kotosh culture, so it wasn't really a mother culture per se, but regardless, I think that's a neat quote. Now, by 3,500 years ago, a religious movement associated at the Chavin's site started to spread into northern Peru, incorporating elements from older Peruvian coastal religions as it did. And it did the same with the religious elements from the tropical forests of the east, incorporating elements like the caiman and the jaguar. Now, this cult is named after Chavin, but it represents a synthesis of a variety of religious beliefs from various traditions. Now, around 3,400 years ago, temples and artwork associated with the Chavin cult were constructed in the northern highlands of the northern coast of Peru. By 3,100 years ago, the influence of Chavin spread far southward as well, and it continued to expand until about 2,600 years before the present, or about 500 BC. And by that point, it had been incorporated into practically all Peruvian societies. But incidentally, the Cuzco region, which is where the Inca lived, was not profoundly influenced by the Chavan culture. Chavan religion profoundly influenced people north of the Cuzco Valley, so that's pretty interesting. But at any rate, Chavan religion was very concerned with duality, the idea of maintaining balance between the natural and the supernatural worlds and other opposing functions of the universe is thought to have been of a supreme importance to these people. And it is that idea is symbolized by the gigantic entrance to the main temple at the Chavan site, which was painted black and white on each side. Now, the Chavan religious movement endured for centuries, but about 2,500 years ago, it just disappeared, and new regional traditions kind of appeared in its wake. Chavan artistic influence continued to be seen, however. Representations of Andean deities, which were first seen in Chavan times, continued to be made by South American artists, and especially later with an empire called the Tiwanaku that we will discuss. So, and Chavan was possibly some sort of empire or state, because there's a broad distribution of artifacts and monuments throughout the Andes that contain Chavan-style art styles. And so clearly a cultural and religious integration took place in the Andes. But that said, whatever Chavan was, it didn't build fortresses or other imperial installations like later empires in South America would build. So it's thought that instead Chavan was probably a pilgrimage site, one whose network stretched over a region about 800 kilometers from north to south and about 200 kilometers from mountains to the coast. Chavan itself covered about 125 acres, and it consisted of architecture surrounded by a residential zone. The public architecture of Chavan consisted of a massive flat-top pyramid, or multiple massive flat-top pyramid temples that sat on terraces overlooking three distinctive plazas. The temple mounds were what later Spaniards called castillos, were built from well-cut stones, with exterior walls that were built from larger blocks of stone and decorated with 3D sculptures of feline heads. Inside the most important temple was a 4.5-meter granite stela that depicted a fanged anthropomorphic jaguar, the principal deity of Chavan religion. The stela itself could only be approached single file through a narrow corridor. It was not for the general public to just simply walk up and see, and the iconography of inside the temple's rooms show something called the San Pedro cactus, which contains mescaline, and as well as something called the vilca tree. And the seeds of the vilca tree can be ground up into a hallucinogenic snuff. And these two substances were almost certainly ingested by the initiates and priests. Music was used at these rituals, whatever was going on, judging by the number of conch shell trumpets found, and a number of small mirrors indicate that it was reflected light that illuminated the darkness of this underground temple instead of fire. Now, on the other hand, the plazas, which were in full view of the sun, two of them had sunken rectangular courts, which were probably used for some other ceremonies, perhaps assemblies of pilgrims or feasts. Many of the motifs found on the sculpture, pottery, and other artifacts around Chavan are a mystery. That's because many depict fearful animals that don't normally live in the Andes, but rather come from the Amazonian lowlands. Jaguars, snakes, caimans, exotic birds. On the other hand, items like the shell trumpets, the San Pedro cactus, corn cobs, and other crops show a clear relationship existed with the coast. And it's precisely this combination of coastal artifacts and goods combined with visually distinctive animals from the eastern lowlands that really makes Chavan art distinctive. Now, with that said, Chavan was a dynamic changing center for quite some time. Most of the original construction was completed by around 28 or 2900 years ago. But a minimum of 15 different construction phases occurred during the history of the site. Over time, the inner core of large buildings with many small rooms were replaced with newer buildings with larger rooms, which indicate a growing population. And I think it's possible that perhaps an original group of priests and their acolytes were eventually eventually this small population of that eventually transformed into a small city. At any rate, the initial occupation of Chavan dates to at least 4,300 years ago. Monumental construction didn't begin for another 1,000 years, but after that, Chavan continued to grow until sometime around 2,500 years ago. Now, Chavan has often been thought of as the mother culture of the Andean civilizations, but the true origins of civilization in the Central Andes are deeper, as we've discussed. Much of the cultural evidence we have about felines and other supernatural beings and building techniques were developed earlier, before Chavan developed, and it wasn't until the abandonment of those larger ceremonial centers on the coast and others in the highlands before Chavan was constructed on the eastern side of the Andes. Now, Chavan was the most important center of its time, but it wasn't alone. The region between Peru and Bolivia was the home to other emerging societies in the Titicaca Basin from around 4,100 years ago to about 3,600 years ago. And these societies ultimately formed into two states. The first of which was centered at a site called Pucara, which was a dominant city in the region until about 1,500 years ago, when it waned and Tiwanaku emerged as the dominant power in the southern Andes. Now, the first early village-level societies that developed in the region did so on a peninsula on the southern shores of the lake. Over time, these developed into larger towns that consisted on a combination of fish and other lake resources, the small-scale herding of camels and alpacas, and small gardens that grew mainly quinoa. After about 3,900 years ago, these farmers farther from the coast started devoting much more time to the cultivation of quinoa, and it's also clear that these communities were fissioning as the result of sometimes in civil wars as they grew larger and split apart, and eventually there really wasn't any unoccupied land left in the peninsula, and all of this occurred by around 2,900 years ago. And at that point, agriculture really started to intensify. One of these towns continued to develop until it became one of the largest communities on the peninsula. It's the Taraco Peninsula, just so you know. The center is known as Chiripa, and it developed a separate religious tradition than the more northern Chavan religion. The religious practices of the Taraco Peninsula are known as the Yayamama tradition, for the Quechua name of Yaya for father and Mama for mother. And since stone stela at the site from Chirapa depict a deity with both male and female depictions, Yayamama religion consisted of dual temple storage centers like Chirapa, with stone sculptures with supernatural images associated with the temples and ritual items, which included ceramic trumpets and ceremonial incense burners. Yayamama art is distinctive because the supernatural beings depicted in it have very distinctive eyes with vertical slits. Now, Chirapa was centered around a large sunken court. It was 20 by 30 meters, surrounded by rectangular structures made of adobe and stone, and that enclosed the court. And Chirapa was actually one of two such sites on the basin. Another site called Huatacoa existed on the northern side of the basin, and both of these sites grew over time and developed into what evolved to be Yayamama religion. Now, the history of construction at Chirapa and Huatacoa show a slow transformation over time, from architecture intended for the public, with open performances, into places that were clearly intended for restricted events. Now, large sunken courts that were built at these places were actually replaced smaller sunken courts, and before that, sometime after 3,400 years ago, but the earliest ceremonial spaces were simply special yellow clay floors that were not hidden from view at all. At any rate, both Charapa and Huatacoa, a lot of incense braziers, ceramic panpipes, hallucinogenic snuff tubes, and evidence of feasting have been found by archaeologists inside of the sunken courts. We don't know much about how the religion here operated, but it was hypothesized, it has been hypothesized that the people who were participating in these ceremonies did things like call upon their ancestors, and the act of doing this united them. And in fact, the participants of these ceremonies were not exclusively the residents of Charapa and Huatacoa. Instead, residents from all over the Turaco Peninsula. Remember, the site at this time is based at Pucara instead. The state or chiefdom. Whatever you want to call it. As the Yanomama religion developed, the villages on the peninsula, they stopped breaking apart and engaging in civil war, and this transformation did not result in a domination of the peninsula by Charapa or Huatacoa, but instead they were incorporated into the original state that was centered at Pucara. At any rate, we're going to return to this region later because ultimately these people will come into rivalry with another emerging political center at Tiwanaku. Now, so to sum things up, there's a lot of unknown about ancient South America's history, but 2 points are clear. First, there's no single place where civilization developed, and second, that there were numerous kinds of complex societies that developed. And as we continue on through South American history, this last point will become abundantly obvious. Now, so far we've talked an awful lot about the emerging urbanism that took place in central Peru, starting around 4,000 years ago. But of course, there were people, of course, living in the rest of South America as well. And there's a tendency to view South American history as just the development of states and empires leading up to the Inca. And to that I say, this episode leads up to the Inca. But to that I also say that to only talk about South American empires would be to be ignoring the broad array of societies based on hunting and gathering, gardening, shifting agriculture, and who all sorts of people like that who existed over much of the continent up to the time that Europeans arrived. And this was true in environments where urbanism wasn't practical, like the windswept fjords of Tierra del Fuego, but it was also true in places like the highland valleys of Ecuador and Colombia, where no obvious environmental limits exist that would have prevented the development of cities. Nevertheless, as time went on, the different cultures of South America developed into societies which created some of the most sophisticated objects made in all of human history. They created vast public works, which lets us indirectly measure their social achievement. And perhaps more so than in any place on Earth, South America, from the Orinoco to Cape Horn, is a place where human spirit has manifested itself in remarkable ways. Now let's start in Patagonia, where temperature and low precipitation limit agriculture, and all the way up until the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the major subsistence pursuits here were hunting and gathering. Rainfall decreases in Patagonia from west to east, and it declines in temperature from northeast to southwest. So there's a lot of variation that exists in the different parts of Patagonia. Now, it was long believed, and in fact I once believed, that pre-industrial people who lived in frigid places with icy waters, incapable of growing many plants because of the temperature, that all of this meant that those people lived a nasty, brutish, and short life, to quote Thomas Hobbes. Or, alternatively, I and others have also believed that they lived in a sort of a paradise where resources they collected offered little opportunity or reason for storage and accumulation, and thus these people lived in a natural environment that would select against conflict and warfare, against social differences and wealth accumulation. And the truth, of course, is that neither of these two ideas really hold any merit. There were a lot of different strategies pursued by different groups who occupied Patagonia, for starters. In the 16th century, when Europeans arrived, the indigenous nations of Patagonia, including the Mechernwekenk of central Patagonia, the Aonikenk of southern Patagonia, the Selknam and Huash, who occupied the northern and southern parts of Tierra del Fuego, and the Kawasar and Chonos of the southern and northwest Pacific coasts of Patagonia. And that's just who the Europeans kind of knew of. And I'm sure that fails to capture the cultural variations that existed within Patagonia. But in the far south, on the island of Tierra del Fuego, two completely different strategies developed. One was comprised of the Yamana and the Kawasar, who both hunted the area from canoes. They used harpoons and other sea hunting and navigation equipment, and they used these to hunt seals. They complemented this by collecting mussels and other shellfish, catching fish and birds, eggs, mushrooms and berries, occasionally hunting guanaco, a species of wild llama, and even finding beached whales. Now, it appears from archaeological evidence that this way of life existed along the coastline for at least 6,000 years. As for the other strategy, used by the Selknam and the Huash, they occupied most of the territory of the island and mainly hunted guanaco and other land mammals, and hunted birds as well. To a lesser extent, they fished and collected marine resources. Within about 50 miles of the coast, people's diets were a mixture of terrestrial and marine resources, and farther inland, guanaco hunting was the most important pursuit. And all of this, though, is also complicated by more recent evidence that dates to about 23 to 2,600 years ago. And that indicates that perhaps quite a bit of trade existed in Patagonia at the time. A site was discovered in central Patagonia, where the remains of 32 discovered skeletons, which had evidence of them eating plants and fish from the coast, which is interesting because the region is about 200 miles from the Atlantic and about 130 miles, and on the other side of the Andes, from the Pacific. So perhaps instead of Patagonia being a nasty, brutish place, it was a place that wasn't so bad, with networks of exchange having developed long ago. And I know what you're thinking, Jesse. People eating some berries and some fish from the coast doesn't really mean there was trade. That could have been easily done by people traveling around. And you are not wrong in that the people of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego were pretty mobile. They often left their villages for extended periods of time. But with that said, long-distance trade routes were developing in North Patagonia about 1,000 years ago as a result of contact with different cultures in the Andes and the Pampas. Ceramics appear in central Patagonia for the first time around 1,200 years ago, and these ceramics originated in the Rio de la Plata. They were rare in Patagonia, and they did not replace more traditional containers used by the mobile hunter-gatherers, like baskets and armadillo shells. And the ceramics, though, were instead used as ceremonial and prestige items. Around the same time, the residents of northwest Patagonia were likewise interacting with Mapuche people in Chile and obtaining their own pottery from this source, as well as new religious beliefs that manifested themselves as new geometric artwork that appeared on rocks from northern to south central Patagonia that mirror Mapuche art forms. The images also appeared on ceremonial stone axes and on ceremonial guanaco hide cloaks that were made by Patagonian peoples. And in fact, I would assume that guanaco hides were probably amongst the most important trade resources that were desired But more northern peoples, excuse me, I just burped. I would love a ceremonial guanaco hide cloak myself, at any rate. Now, archaeologists believe that even relatively small bands of hunting and gathering groups in Patagonia did not exist in isolation, but instead had contacts that extended over hundreds of miles. Now, culturally, the people of Patagonia were very distinct from one another, but technologically, there were actually a lot of continuities through time and across cultures. The stone tools used to work hides and bones and to hunt and butcher game, like bone harpoons, awls, stone scrapers, and projectile points, they didn't really change that much over time. The most important innovation was certainly the adoption of the bow and arrow. We discussed that back in the first episode of People of the Sun, Beyond Clovis 2.1. If you are interested in learning more about that, head on over, if you haven't. As for right now, we are going to move on from Patagonia to the Pampas. A vast grass line, which extends from southern Brazil across Uruguay and into the northern half of Argentina. It's an area of roughly 700,000 square kilometers. And as something so large, you might imagine it could be further subdivided, and we can, into the dry pampas of the west and the wet pampas of the east, which are dominated by three rivers. The Parana and the Uruguay rivers both flow into the Rio de la Plata, and together these form a large delta of lagoons and wetlands, which have been exploited by humans since the Stone Age. The human population here grew over time, in no small part due to this intensification of marine resources. Freshwater mussels, various species of catfish, both of these were reliable food sources year-round here. The nutria and the wild Brazilian guinea pig are two small rodents which can be found and caught year-round as well in this region with relative ease. This was further supplemented by hunting of large lizards, deer, and guanaco, armadillo, and other animals. And the ease with which food could be found in this region meant that by around 3,100 years ago, the people here started settling down. They also started using pottery, which indicates that plant resources were being used more often as well. Pottery making became a practice which spread until it was common around 1,500 years ago in the Pampas and was being traded away as far as Patagonia. In the upper delta of the northeastern humid Pampas, archaeologists have studied a number of mounds that were built and renovated over time, especially during a period between 1100 and 1400 AD, during which time the population here expanded, and these people developed a very distinctive type of pottery that included decoration by incision into images of zoomorphic animal forms. By the time the people of the Pampas had settled down, by this time, they'd also settled down into some of the separate ethnic and cultural diversity that is described by Europeans later in the 16th century. One of these groups is called the Chana Timbu, and they emphasized nutria hunting in the upper Parana Delta, and in the lower Parana Delta, they tilled gardens, which grew the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. The Guarani, were another group who pursued similar pursuits in the Pampas, but archaeologists distinguished the two groups because of the Guarani's use of different traditions, like the pottery, polished stone axes, and urn burials that are common at Guarani sites mark them as just very different from those found at the Chana Timbu. Farther north, there was an even more complex delta of islands and channels at the mouth of the Amazon River. The largest of these, at 50,000 square kilometers, is called Marajo Island. It's the largest island of the delta, and it was the home for the Marajorca chiefdom, which was there for over 1,000 years. Now, despite the fact that most archaeologists call Marajoarca a chiefdom and not a state, it encompassed an enormous geographic domain that dwarfs some of the more famous Old World civilizations. The Marajoarca occupied the alluvial floodplain of the lower Amazon, and from the 5th to the 14th centuries, the Marajoarca were responsible for the erection of hundreds of monumental earth mounds that served as platforms for settlements and as cemeteries. Their economy relied chiefly on aquatic resources and adaptation, which reflected the size of the Amazon Delta itself, as well as the ebb and flow of the water level in the region. Low-lying islands of the Delta are never more than about 10 meters above sea level, and they consist of two major environmental zones: tropical rainforests and savanna grasslines, and these are intercut by channels and mangrove swamps. From January to June each year, much of the land is flooded, leaving only the high ground is dry. And in contrast, from September to December, vast areas emerge from the floodwaters, and these alternating seasons of flood and dry create opportunities for food. Fish, turtles, and reptiles are fewer in number, but easier to catch when they are congregated around the shrinking aquatic areas of the dry season. And in the wet season, those species are more abundant but harder to catch since they're spread out over parts of the island that were once dry land. But during these times, terrestrial game is driven into the smaller areas, so it's easier to hunt during the wet season. And this basic environmental pattern is at least about 5,500 years old. And Marajoarca culture first appeared, though, around 18 or 1900 years ago. Now, it was long believed, actually, that the Marajoarca were a mobile hunting and gathering society, but that simply wasn't the case. Archaeologists have since discovered that the Marajoarca was a complex society comprised of sedentary people. They built settlements that included mounds and other earthworks, as well as fish ponds. They had differential burial treatments of various people and a variety of craft specialists. Most of the mounds were residential mounds that they built, but others had ceremonial or funerary purposes, and all of them could reach heights of about 8 or 10 meters, large enough that they would be safe from even the most powerful of floods. The mounds are found in village clusters. Each village had maybe 1,000 to 3,000 people living in each of them, although one settlement system on a stretch of the Catumins River is known as the Catumins Mound Group, consisted of 37 mounds on a 10-kilometer stretch of land, and there would have been a substantially higher population in this area. At any rate, the largest ceremonial mounds at the Catumins site are clustered around large fish ponds, and the ceremonial mounds were significantly larger than the residential mounds. The fish ponds were also pretty large, around 4 to 8 times the size of an Olympic swimming pool, just to give you some perspective. And so that required significant labor to create and excavate, but once they're filled, they were actually relatively easy to maintain. The pools would be filled with water and fish after each rainy season, and then provided reservoirs of food, of aquatic resources during the dry season. At any rate, the burial mounds near the fish ponds were not for everyone. Only a small part of the total Marajoarca population was considered worthy of being buried in them, in one of the burial urns. With that said, the Marajoarcans placed a lot less importance on personal wealth than most other societies, at least judging by these burials. Group membership seems to have been more important than individual identity, and ceremonies involving ancestor worship seem to have been pretty common occurrences at these mounds. And perhaps were used by elites as a strategy for justifying their access to the fish ponds. Marajoarca, the specialists made distinctive pottery. This was decorated by incision, modeling, and painting. A lot of these techniques would be combined. So that's how we know that there were specialists who did this. This is highly suggestive that this would not be a hobby. Plain utilitarian ceramics were also made and used by households, but Marajoarcan funerary urns, bowls, plates, bottles, and vases have been found that were finely made and required the skills of gifted artists as well. Marajoarcan art often depicts caimans, lizards, scorpions, owls, vultures, monkeys, turtles, jaguars, manatees, ducks, and other birds and snakes. Of all of them, snakes are by far the most common. And so it's been suggested that perhaps the Marajoarcans might have considered themselves to be people of the snake. Amazonian myths include those of human beings who arrived in large anaconda canoes. Other tales link snakes with the abundance of fish, and snakes are especially associated with Marajoarcan funerary urns. During the wet season, snakes were first forced into close proximity with people. So the fact that venomous snakes can deliver death at a moment's notice, and on the other hand, shed their skin and seem to regenerate themselves, gives snakes a bit of a dual nature. And perhaps this duality captivated Marajoarcan people. And so, ideas about snakes, regeneration, life, and death, I don't think they're that hard for us to grasp. When Marajoarcans died, they were buried in a variety of ways. Elite burials had larger and more elaborate urns, as you might imagine, and they were buried on top of the largest ceremonial mounds. In case you are interested of possibly being buried yourself, like a Marajoarcan, just so you know, the first thing that would happen is these corpses of the elites would be defleshed. Either you could boil the body or you'd allow it to naturally decompose. Afterwards, you take the bones of the deceased and you paint them red, and then these will be placed in the burial urn, skull first, followed by the rest of the bones. Other objects would also be sent along into the afterlife with the deceased, and these would include ceramic stools, snuff tubes, miniature ceramic vessels, stone axes, jewelry, and a distinctive artifact called the tenga, which was a triangular ceramic piece which covered women's pelvises. Some elite burials were also accompanied by non-elite burials. I'm laughing because the idea, a ceramic bikini, I guess, seems kind of funny. Some elite burials were also accompanied by non-elite burials, and so it might have been the case when a great chief died, his slaves or servants would be sacrificed and buried with him. In contrast, at any rate, non-elites would be buried in smaller urns with fewer or even no grave goods. Now, we know a lot more about Marajo pottery and their burial customs than we do about how they organized themselves socially. It's believed that various Marajo communities existed as simple chiefdoms, but the nature between elites and non-elites is unclear. Some sort of centralization occurred, since the ceremonial areas, elite residences, the craft production, the fish ponds, and the funerary rituals and feasting were all concentrated in the same physical spaces. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Marajoarcan elites had any sort of absolute power. It is instead believed that a great deal of cooperation took place between commoners and nobles at Marajoarca. Social hierarchies existed, but there's no evidence of what archaeologists would call, overt social coercion. It is essentially believed that commoners contributed labor and products like manioc and other agricultural foods in exchange for the protein from the fish ponds, which were controlled by elites, as well as being able to live under their protection, since the elites had a special relationship with the gods. Now, with all that said, the chiefdoms at Marajoarca didn't endure until 1492, so we don't have any, European eyewitness written accounts. But sometime between 1000 and 1350 AD, the creation of large mounds and earthworks ended at Marajoarca. The region was not abandoned, and frankly, we have no idea what happened. But we do know that around the time of European contact, maybe 40,000 people lived on the island, and at that time there were several different ethno-linguistic groups living there who fiercely defended their territories. And within these boundaries, small and independent villages with no major ceremonial mounds existed. So some sort of societal breakdown occurred. But the exact circumstances of the disappearance of the Marajoarca chiefdoms is a bit of a mystery. Now, with that said, we're going to move on in our survey to a region in Venezuela known as the Western Llanos. The Western Llanos is a region of treeless grasslands where agricultural chiefdoms sprouted up along the tributaries of the Orinoco River. And they left evidence of their existence in the form of raised fields and other agricultural projects. Now, very few archaeologists have actually taken a look at the region, especially in comparison to the highlands of the Central Andes, for example. One archaeologist named Wendell Bennett published an 11-page report on the archaeological investigations of the Central Andes, which covered a 2-year period from 1934 to 1936. In contrast, another archaeologist named Irving Rouse once published a 5.5-page report on the archaeological investigations of all of lowland South America and the Caribbean in 1961, and which covered all of the archaeological work that occurred from 1935 to 1960. So very little research has been conducted in the Western Llanos. And in no small part because of this, it was long thought that Venezuela wasn't a site where people lived. At least not civilized people. Perhaps, except perhaps by migrations of people who left little evidence of their passage and who were moving along from one place to another, passing through Venezuela and then keeping going. Now, we know that isn't true. In fact, the Saladoid culture, which we are going to be talking about in a lot of detail when we get to the Caribbean, first originated in the Western Llanos sometime around 3,000 or 2,500 years ago, before eventually spreading into the West Indies. And that was one of at least 3 different cultural diffusions which began in Venezuela. We know that the Orinoco region river basin was a place where intensive contact and interaction between different people occurred for thousands of years. And rather than seeing the Orinoco region as an isolated place, now we understood that a combination of migrations, exchange, and trade, local innovations and interactions, both in South America and in the Caribbean, all combined to create complex societies here, just as they did everywhere else in the Americas. And complex chiefdoms emerged in the Orinoco around 650 AD. That's when people here started building large mounds at a number of sites. One such site is called Hato de la Calzada in western Venezuela. It is a large site, covering over 30 acres of artificial mounds that are connected by causeways. The mounds were enlarged over time with a series of construction episodes, and judging from one of the excavated mounds, they were first built on top of a low natural hill by adding a midden of shells and ceramics, which have a cap of 2 different burned layers, and that's believed to be the remains of whatever building was on top of the mound. 3 more layers were built on top of this. Each layer was made from a distinct soil that was dug from different places around the region, and each layer created a flat-top mound, probably a living space or a place of public architecture, but not a burial mound. No skeletons were ever recovered inside. The mound was constructed over a long period of time. The first layer, at perhaps around 450 AD, the final layer sometime around maybe 200 years later. The causeways of Hato de la Calzada connected different mounds to each other, but they also went to other locations. Some went to nearby streams, others went to other nearby communities. The combination of large mounds built in groups and connected by linked causeways have led archaeologists to believe that large, permanent communities of people occupied the Western Llanos during this period. And the evidence indicates that this culture continued on in this place until about 1200 AD. Another chiefdom was in the Orinoco region at this time and was centered at a site called El Gavan, which was a well-organized site and much larger than any others in the Llanos. The population of El Gaván was small. It was only around 1,000 people who lived there, but they were well protected. El Gaván was encircled by an elevated causeway about 8 meters high and about 25 meters wide at the base, and this was topped by a log palisade. Inside were 2 large mounds, one 12, the other 10 meters tall. Both had attached ramps which sat opposite each other. There was a 500-meter-long plaza in between the 2 mounds, and this was flanked by no fewer than 134 different residential mounds. Now, not all of the residential mounds had the same features or were at the same height, which indicates that the families who lived inside El Gaván probably lived in a ranked society. Some of the houses had storehouses, others did not. Likewise, there's different types of human remains have been found at the site, which show social variations. At the very bottom of this society were partial skeletons found in pits in the plaza or at the base of the large mound. What archaeologists believe may have been captives taken in war and dismembered, possibly for sacrificial reasons. But most people were buried under their houses. And some of the burials of the larger houses had people who were buried with some grave goods. And the most luxurious of these burials contained exotic grave goods, like one person who was buried with a piece of greenstone or malachite, which came from the Andes of Ecuador or southern Colombia. El Gaván was connected to a number of secondary sites by causeways. These secondary centers had a similar architectural layout as El Gaván, but on a smaller scale, with pairs of mounds on opposite sides that were flanked by smaller residential mounds with additional causeways and palisades surrounding their exteriors. Smaller still were tertiary sites which didn't have such constructions. This network of causeways connected something like 2/3 of the population of the region, and so it was a major instrument of political authority of El Gaván, which allowed the paramount chief there of the main site to easily facilitate and maintain alliances through feasting and exchange and other strategies of control. Now, an extensive set of raised fields exist at the El Gaván and its subordinate sites. Now, one such field covered 87 acres of land and grew the 3 sisters, mainly corn, as well as chilies, tomatoes, and it had enough farmland there to produce a large surplus, estimated to be more than 6 times the amount necessary to feed the small community nearby who worked the field. The excess almost certainly traveled back up the causeway to El Gaván. Evidence of warfare exists at El Gaván. First off, the palisades showed that defense was necessary. In addition, the causeways were much wider than needed for just simple pedestrian traffic. They were broad enough so that ranks of warriors could quickly march to defend centers from attack. The final piece of evidence of warfare marks the end of the El Gaván chiefdom. The center was abandoned after a violent episode when both the high-status residents on the tallest mound and the defensive palisade were burned by fire, sometime between 760 and 900 AD. Afterwards, El Gaván and all the secondary villages that made up the El Gaván state were abandoned. Now, I suppose, with that said, we should move on to one of the great mysteries of South American history, the Nazca. The people of the south coast of Peru, who developed a mysterious culture around 200 BC, and which continued on until sometime a little after 600 AD. Now, broadly speaking, the Nazca is a name for the culture which people who lived in the south coast of Peru that developed out of the early Paracas culture, which we discussed way back in episode 2.1. And the Nazca culture lasted until the expansion of the Wari Empire, which fundamentally reshaped culture on Peru's southern coast. Nazca also, though I should also say, refers to the region that they live in. At any rate, they were geographically situated between a network of waterways comprised of 10 separate rivers which flow both over and under the surface of the ground. And so the Nazca relied on these waterways to grow a variety of crops: maize, beans, squash, manioc, sweet potatoes, jicama, potatoes, chilies, and cotton. They combined these crops with the resources of the nearby sea to sustain themselves in the coastal desert in which they lived. Nazca villages were the homes to craft specialists who created beautiful objects like textiles made from cotton fiber and camelid wool, which would be painted or embroidered with needle and thread. The Nazca likewise painted their pottery to create complex figures and motifs. But of course, the most famous creation of all the Nazca culture are the so-called Nazca lines. Which some ancient alien theorists believe may have been markers for extraterrestrial visitors. Now that's pretty fucking stupid if you ask me, especially if you realize that what Nazca lines are basically paths created in the region by removing red stones, dark red stones from the desert ground, revealing the white sands underneath. They are plainly not alien runways, and while they almost certainly served a ceremonial purpose by the people who built them, perhaps as calendrical markers or as art made for the gods, they were built and used by people, and no aliens are required to explain them. At any rate, one well-documented Nazca village is the site of Marcaquia, a village of about 70 structures consisting of dwellings and patios. I think I must have spelled that wrong. Marcaia was occupied from between 110 and 410 AD. Now, some of the Nazca families who lived there owned items that others didn't. Especially there were special goblets with depictions of humans wearing turbans, the so-called Nazca head jars. Just over half of the artifacts found at the site are ceramic objects, by the way. Most of them came from another Nazca site called Cahuachi. Cahuachi was a sprawling site along the banks of the Rio Nazca, consisting of 40 mounds, though in addition, there was also about 85% more of the site, which consisted of open areas. So it's actually a pretty large site. The mounds were largely ceremonial. Some contained ceremonies, others had enclosures bordered by low walls, but the site didn't appear to have a large population. So it's not thought to have been like a capital of a Nazca state or anything like that, but rather a pilgrimage center, permanently occupied only by priests and shamans, and periodically crowded by devout worshippers who traveled from the surrounding regions. Some of the skeletons found at Cahuachi include trophy heads, and in fact the Nazca culture contains the largest known quantity of trophy heads in all of South American cultures. So some kind of human sacrifice may have been practiced here. At any rate, the opening at the base of the trophy skull would be widened so that brains and other soft tissues could be removed. The hair and skin of the face would often be left in place. The eyes and the lips, though, would be permanently pinned shut with thorns. A distinctive hole would be drilled into the center of the forehead, so you could thread a rope through the skull and easily show off your trophy head. It is believed that the Nazca raided and killed foreign rivals in neighboring regions, and that's where they got their trophy victims. But the exact reasonings for the ritual, nobody knows. Perhaps it had to do with agricultural rituals, or perhaps these were criminal executions, or just brutal displays of power. But whatever the reason, men were killed, blood flowed, and heads were removed for display. Now, with that said, there's a lot of mystery also regarding the head trophies, because while some seem to have been trophies, Nazca head jars were associated with the Nazca burials, and people would be buried with their heads missing sometimes, and the head jar would replace it. So it's not entirely clear that every Nazca head trophy would be, like a war victim. There's a lot of mystery about the Nazca, just not involving Nazca lines and aliens. With that said, so was the Nazca a state, a chiefdom, a religion, or what? Nazca people engaged in a number of projects designed to bring water into fields in the dry desert, and so this would have required a substantial amount of labor. In addition, people within Nazca society had different types of funerals, so social differences existed, and we don't know if those differences implied a stratified society or not. It seems likely that the Nazca society essentially was comprised of a loose coalition of chiefdoms and communities who were linked by religion and trade, at least until sometime between 450 and 550 AD. At that point, construction at Cahuachi ceased and it no longer was a major center. Eventually, the region was subsumed into the Wari Empire. The basic sequence of events that led to the end of the Nazca seems to have been that an El Nino event created a devastating drought, which was made far worse by the fact that the Nazca had deforested the region as a consequence of their numerous irrigation projects, and horrible erosion problems started taking place. A demographic collapse followed, the religious center of Cahuachi was abandoned, and after that, the Wari conquered the coast. Now, the people of South America pursued different economic strategies: fishing, hunting marine mammals, pursuing guanaco and deer, creating riverine aquaculture. They developed slash and burn agriculture, raised agricultural fields, and other large irrigation projects. You might even wonder what the point of me talking about all of them is. Well, for one thing, they did all exist at roughly the same time, but in addition, I just wanted to show you a bit about some of the ways that different human societies flourished in South America. Without this view, South American history, like I said, has simply been a history of the Inca Empire. But South America was a much more diverse place than that. Now, with that said, empire, in the classical sense, formed in western South America in three places: the north coast of Peru, the central Andes, and the Titicaca Basin. From the perspective of the South American continent, though, this means that empires were the exception to the rule. They emerged around 500 AD, and empire in South America lasted until the collapse of the Inca. And if it surprises you that chiefdom-level societies were more common in South America and generally lasted much longer than empires, well, I've got bad news for you. Empires are rarely stable. Some might only last for a single ruler's lifespan. Others might last for a few centuries. But an empire requires much more than just military conquest. To be successful, an empire must achieve legitimacy via ideological manipulation. It must possess the ability to integrate and administer different peoples and territories. And it must obtain resources from these provinces with ideally as little corruption and theft as possible. And these are all complicated problems, and they are rarely solved. What with the fact that when a state does become ascendant over its neighbors and achieves the status of empire, well, it's met with covert and overt resistance from subject peoples, and in addition from increasing levels of theft and corruption from ambitious members of the empire. And that's a pretty good summation of the reasons why the three empires of the north coast of Peru, the Moqui, Lambayeque, and Chimu, that none of them lasted forever. Now let's start with the Moqui, a culture which developed in a few different coastal valleys by around 200 AD. And we know a lot less about the Moqui than later South American empires. Less archaeological work has been done at Moqui sites than in other later empires, but with that said, the Mochicas, the people of the Mochi Empire, developed some of the most spectacular pottery in the ancient world. Mochicas produced a broad array of utilitarian wares, of course, but the two types of more luxurious items are truly spectacular. They created pottery made with molds for one method, and another used fine-line paintings, and this pottery depicts the world of the Mochicas. Different pots portray plants, animals, buildings, warriors, kings, sacrificial victims, deities, and a variety of human activities like child-rearing, warfare, and sex scenes. Now, I know I've said many times, I am not into pottery. But I mean, the Mochi created straight-up X-rated pottery. I mean, seriously, if you want some not safe for work content, then you just do a Google search for Mochi sex pottery, and you will not be disappointed. Shocked, maybe, but not disappointed. But seriously, most of the Moche pottery should probably not even be called pottery, but sculpture. Because besides sculpting sex pottery, Moche artists were also very skilled at portraiture, and the Moche produced a large number of pots known as portrait vessels that depict different faces, almost all of whom were men. The Moche, in fact, were one of the few civilizations to develop portraiture, which is to say that individuals could be recognized in these pots without any accompanying symbols or text. Another Moche art form are the so-called fine line vessels. These are painted sculptures that showed a number of themes like women weaving on looms, caravans of caravans of llamas, nobles receiving tribute, war victims being tortured by their executioners. Moche pottery is very important for this because it shows us these scenes that almost certainly actually happened, and also because it provides a timeline for the Moche, without which we wouldn't have nearly such a decent chronology about this mysterious culture. And the chronology is important because by dating the changes in Moche pottery over time, archaeologists have worked backwards and know that Moche culture developed out of the earlier Chavin culture. The Mochitas were long believed to have lived in a unified society that originated in the Mochi and Chicama valleys, and this is in northern central Peru. And these places were dominated by a single capital, known as the Huaca del Sol, Huaca de la Luna site. This was an urban center that sat between two monuments, one to the sun and one to the moon. And from these, Moche elites ruled the entire northern coast, with a combination of coercion, military power, and a powerful ideology based on elaborate religious beliefs, temples, and ceremonial artifacts, which gave the Moche legitimacy. But in the late 1980s, researchers found another important Moche site, which challenged the idea of a single Moche state, because that site, discovered in 1987, known today as the Tomb of the Lord of Saipan, is very important to our understanding of the Moche because the tomb contained a royal scepter, along with the corpse of a 35 to 45-year-old male who was accompanied by dazzling wealth. In fact, the Tomb of the Lord of Saipan contains more wealth than any other burial excavated by archaeologists in the Americas. Over 1,000 ceramic vessels were in the tomb. The coffin was made of wooden planks. Mind you, the site is in the desert, where wood is very rare. The coffin was held together by copper straps. The corpse wore collars made of thousands of luxuriously crafted shell beads, as well as a knee-length tunic with gilded copper, a necklace with gold and silver beads shaped like peanuts, the largest of which was over 3.5 inches long. He had another silver necklace that depicted a coil of human heads. The Lord of Saipan had 4 nose rings, each made of gold and in the shape of half moons. His head was covered with a large sheet of hammered gold, fit to perfectly fit the contours of his face, his features permanently defined in history. He was buried with several gold crowns and several elegant sets of ear spools made from gold and turquoise, which portrayed ducks, deer, and a Moche king flanked by warriors. Even the Lord of Saipan's back was coated in luxury. He had a golden back flap, a distinctive Moche object, which was worn behind him from his belt. This was the grave of a great warrior king, a royal grave, and he did not go into the afterlife alone. 6 individuals flanked his coffin, 2 adult men, 3 young adult females, and a 9 or 10-year-old child, though it appears the women died long before the Lord of Saipan, and at any rate, the 6 bodies laid with the Lord of Saipan for 17 centuries before they were discovered, and it's more important than just for the treasure, because the Lord of Saipan proved that Moche was not ruled as from one unified state in one unified capital. The Lord of Saipan ruled a Moche kingdom, but with that said, it was still clear that there was an even more powerful Moqui state that existed in the southern valleys, and it was centered at the site of Huaca de la Luna and Huaca del Sol still. But at any rate, Huaca de la Luna and Huaca del Sol were two vast complexes of temples and plazas. Between the two structures, there was more than a kilometer of urban space. The Huaca de la Luna was a product of multiple construction stages. It was covered in a giant mural of dragons with feline heads, lines of male dancers, parading warriors, and bound prisoners led to executions. Archaeologists know of 5 separate episodes of human sacrifice that occurred at the Moqui capital, and a total of 75 individuals met violent deaths in these 5 rituals. Analysis of the remains suggests they came from different populations from outside the Moqui Valley, perhaps as war captives brought to the Huaca de la Luna for sacrifice. Eventually, they were dismembered and left to rot in one of the side areas of Huaca de la Luna. They were only buried by time, long after the remains were picked clean by insects. Now, the Moqui were amazing craftsmen. They produced some of the most elegant man-made objects ever created. And they also engaged in acts of cruelty and torture. They built great monuments. The Huaca de la Sol was one of the largest monuments ever built in South America, over 40 meters tall, with a huge base and constructed over 8 different phases. Between the 2 gigantic monuments was the urban core of Moqui, and it was defined by a grid of roads and alleys that separated the urban space into blocks. Within each block was a combination of rooms, patios, and storage bins that were combined with workshops, and here were where a variety of artisans worked and produced various ceramics and metal objects, precious stone ornaments, and textiles. Craft production was specialized and very organized at Moqui. Now, the empire itself, the Moqui Empire itself, ruled the Moqui, the Chicama, Viru, and Nepana valleys, and it drew on considerable human labor from these places to build public works, including the expansion of irrigation canals in the Moqui Valley. It also had considerable military might. This military capability and the increased levels of centralization kind of separates the southern Moqui from the northern kingdoms. These are clearly different kinds of governments. At any rate, the Moqui managed to survive the Wari expansion well into the 9th century, though climate change and El Nino eventually contributed to the collapse of the Moqui state, and eventually it appears that the Moqui rulers were dislodged by highland chiefdoms based in the Caramaca region. Ultimately, this led to the creation of 2 new empires. Because in the aftermath of the Moqui's collapse, a new society formed on the northern coast of Peru around 750 or 800 AD. They displaced the northern Moqui and continued on until 1375. The empire is known as Lambayeque, or Sican. The beginnings of the Lambayeque state are not very well understood, but it was clustered around a few river valleys, the Matupe, La Leche, Reque, Lambayeque, and Zana rivers, and their tributaries, which together form one of the largest farming regions in Peru, albeit one still dependent upon irrigation. And with that said, there's a legend which dates to the 17th century and gives us perhaps some idea of the origins of the Lambayeque. In the legend, Lambayeque was founded when Lord Namlap arrived with his retinue to the region, establishing his royal house and dynasty after he arrived with his queen, a retinue of courtiers, a cook, a brewer, someone responsible for his clothing and face paints, and someone who held the position of preparer of the way, and who had the job of sprinkling a white and pink powder on the ground, made from ground-up spondylus shells, upon which Lord Namlap walked. Namlap sired many children. He lived a long life, and eventually died, hidden from his subjects in the palace. A legend grew afterwards that he had flown from the palace and taken immortal form. His dynasty continued, and when Namlap's heirs died, their deaths too were concealed from commoners. The royal burial mounds were recognized as sacred huacas for centuries. And in no small part because of this legend, the Lambayeque Valley, incidentally, has also been called a mecca of grave looting. At any rate, Lambayeque society was ruled from the site of Sikan, which first developed from about 750 to 900 AD, and it wasn't until around 900 AD at any rate when Lambayeque began to build large public architecture. And over the next 200 years, until about 1100 AD, they built some of the largest pyramids that exist on Peru's northern coast. Sikan eventually contained over a dozen monumental mounds, all associated with various tombs. The largest flanked the site's great plaza and is called Huacaloro. It's a truncated pyramid, 35 meters tall, and joined by a multi-level platform on its north side. The Huacaloro and its platform were topped by colonnaded temples decorated by murals. The people of Sikan made extensive offerings here of spondylus shells, bronze artifacts, and human sacrifice. Sikan's public architecture were constructed with a method called chamber and fill construction, in which large cells of adobe brick retaining walls were filled with rubble and other materials and then capped by adobe bricks and built upon again. The bricks varied in size and all had various marks on them, which leads archaeologists to believe that these are maker's marks, showing that the bricks came from multiple producers, probably from different territories or communities which were controlled by Sikan elites. This is a construction technique Sikan Lambayeque shares with the earlier Moche, and shows some continuities that existed between the Moche and Lambayeque. And anyway, besides construction, it's clear that a large amount of labor also went into the production of metal objects. Sikan elites had an awful lot of items made out of gold alloys. In addition, there were mass production of bronze objects for common objects like needles, knives, hoe blades, digging stick tips, and a type of flat eye-shaped sheets of copper that were used as a form of money. In fact, the volume of metallurgical output of Sikan is astonishing. One tomb at Huacaloro held 1 male, 2 women, and 2 juveniles, and those individuals combined had 1.2 tons of metal grave goods. Much of these items were masterpieces created by ancient goldsmiths. Now, the production of pottery was also an important craft in Sikan, though it is clear, too, that long-distance trade was also another way to get pottery. Pottery, copper, amber, spondylus shells, and emeralds all appear to have been important parts of a long-distance trade network that connected Sikan to the north, south, east, and west of the Lambayeque Empire. Now, we don't know, there's a lot we don't know about the Lambayeque, but it appears that it was an expansionist state, which incorporated nearby regions into the empire, and who also had an influence that extended even farther to more distant regions via trade and sometimes by conquest. And we don't know the exact circumstances which led to the end of the Lambayeque as an empire, but it appears from evidence that a catastrophic drought greatly weakened Lambayeque's elites, and who appear to have gotten a lot of their authority to rule from their supposed ability to control weather and grow crops with fortune they got from the gods. Eventually, Sikan was burned. A new capital was founded, but eventually Lambayeque fell prey to the emerging Chimu state. That Chimu state emerged sometime around 900 AD and developed an empire which lasted until 1470. And it controlled, at its height, extended control from the Moche Valley to more than 400 kilometers away. It was ruled from the capital city of Chanchan, a city which sprawled over 20 square kilometers with a dense urban core and a population of something between 30 and 40,000 people. Chanchan was one of the largest urban settlements known in South America. Chanchan itself is only about 7 kilometers away from the much earlier Moche site, the Huaca de la Luna, Huaca del Sol, And the abandoned Moke capital continued to be venerated by the Chimu. But Chan was a very different place than Moke. It was divided into 10 separate walled enclosures called Ciudadelas, or little cities. Each of these was dominated by a palace of Chimu rulers. The walls of these Ciudadelas were 9 meters tall, and within them were large plazas with ramps and platform pyramids, banks of storerooms, 3-sided structures with special Chimu-style niches called audencias, kitchen areas, burial pyramids, a lot of different stuff. And access to the Ciudadelas was tightly restricted. In most of them, only a single door would give entrance to the vast complex of rooms and corridors inside. And so this controlled the movements of people within them and let the Chimu elite really control the encounters they had with their subjects. Now, the Ciudadelas were surrounded by other barrios of non-royal residences. Some of these were essentially scaled-down Ciudadelas, with smaller ramps and benches, fewer audencias, and more modest storerooms, and they probably belonged to non-royal nobility. Of course, many more residents belonged to Chan commoners. These were in barrios of cane-walled dwellings and workshops of people who engaged in copperworking, spinning and weaving and woodworking. From these different types of homes, it's easy to see that there were significant differences in economic activity. The control of resources and power within the city was also there was also, obviously the elites had all the power, all the resources, and by extension controlled the power and the resources of the empire. These social differences were kind of mirrored in the creation myth of the Chimu, wherein elites actually came from one pair of stars and the commoners from a different pair of stars. A pair of stars that apparently did not include nearly as nice of homes. Numerous royal settlements were also integrated into Chan. Surrounding the metropolis were farming communities which raised maize, cotton, and scores of other crops. These rural villages produced surpluses which fed Chan's urban population. One example is the site of Cerro de la Virgen, about 5 kilometers northwest of Chan. It was occupied by 1,000 people or so who fished, produced textiles and other crafts, and farmed cotton and other crops for export. Another site, El Milagro de San Jose, oversaw some important agricultural fields that were watered by an important branch of the Chimu constructed irrigation system. El Milagro de San Jose contained a small compound with courtyards, niched rooms, and audencias, and probably belonged to whoever the Chimu placed in charge of the administration of that section of the irrigation system. Chimu expansion and political integration occurred mainly in the coastal regions and lower valleys. In doing so, they controlled and expanded earlier built irrigation systems by the Moki. The largest of these projects was La Cumbre Intervalley Canal, which channeled water for over 70 kilometers from the Chicama Valley to the north side of the Moki Valley, and would have required at a minimum 1,000 laborers working for about 26 years to complete. Now, with these sorts of ambitious projects, the Chimu substantially increased the extent of agricultural lands, such that around 30 or 40% more land was under cultivation during the time of the Chimu than is under cultivation today in the same parts of Peru. The Chimu spent approximately 250 years expanding the agricultural capabilities that had first began with the Moki, in the Moki and the surrounding valleys. And in the 1300s, the Chimu launched a new program of expansion and imperialism. By 1320, the Chimu expanded north to the site of Farfan. They conquered the area, turned it into a provincial center, and after this, they spread south to the Casma Valley. There, they co-opted and expanded the site of Manchan, absorbing the elites there into the empire. After looking south, Chimu turned back north, this time conquering Lambayeque and establishing a regional capital in the Lambayeque Valley at a site called Tukume. Now, this marked the maximum extent of territory controlled by the Chimu, but their influence was also felt far beyond this through trade. Now, within their conquered territories, the Chimu imposed imperial control from Chanchan largely through three provincial centers: Farfan, Manchan, and Tukume. These were outposts of imperial control, and they controlled other smaller communities. And now the ways that Chimu expanded was different. Now, when they entered the Jequetepeque Valley, where Farfan was, they were resisted violently by the Lambayeque lords of the valley. The Chimu, led by a general Pakatnamu, razed their defeated enemies' buildings. They leveled the walls to their foundations, and then he proceeded to build a new Chimu-style compound on top of them, dominating both the people and the geography of the region. Two other Chimu compounds were also built at Farfan, on bare earth this time, making Farfan a much larger city than it had been before the conquest. But with that said, the violent conquest of Farfan didn't really extend to the surrounding region. The local communities nearby were subjected to Chimu rule, but they continued their own local cultural traditions. So while the local elite power was crushed at Farfan, the Chimu did not really attempt to radically alter the distinctive the landscape of the surrounding valley. In the Chasma Valley to the south, the Chimu were not resisted militarily, and so accommodation was the imperial strategy used by the Chimu. Manchan contains two separate types of elite architecture. The large, open compounds built in the local style were kept in place after the conquest, but the Chimu built 5 new compounds in the Chimu architectural style. Manchan was surrounded by barrios of commoners who farmed, fished, and engaged in craft production that supported Manchan, but like Farfan's surrounding regions, little evidence exists of change in the surrounding countryside. At any rate, in the Lambayeque Valley, the Chimu transformed the center of Tukume, which previously had been a cluster of truncated and walled compounds, which the Chimu modified, leaving most of the pyramids intact. They integrated local Lambayeque elites into the Chimu imperial system, though not the Lambayeque elites at Sekan, mind you, apparently. But at any rate, Tukume. Tukume. At any rate, Tukume continued growing during the Chimu period. At Tukume and elsewhere, the Chimu organized labor and production, directing it into the creation of Chimu-style artworks, like in precious metals and feathered textiles. Although a lot of labor also went into the all-important excavation of canal ditches. The Chimu incorporated and modified local deities from earlier cultures. In particular, they venerated the sea and the moon, powerful religious concepts that were fundamentally distinct from the sun cults of the Inca. The Chimu Empire collapsed quickly after being defeated by the Inca around 1470. Afterwards, the Inca dismantled the imperial administration of Chanchan and occupied the provincial centers of Manchan, Farfan, and Tukume. More on that soon enough. As for now, we are going to move from North Peru down to the central Andes so that we can discuss the Wari Empire, which first became a distinctive culture around 550 AD. And grew into becoming an empire which lasted from around 750 AD until around, 1000 AD. The Wari capital was in central Peru. Its distinctive architecture was matched at two sides at the opposite ends of Peru. With two sub-capitals, I guess. Viracocha-Pampa and Picalicata, which are more than 900 kilometers apart, which suggests that the Wari were able to mobilize labor and impose political control over quite a distance, a radius of about 450 kilometers, at least. Wari sites were characterized by large, formidable stone enclosures, often upwards of 3 stories tall, with few entries, no windows, and were designed to keep people out. The Wari grew out of the Ayacocha Valley, an agriculturally fertile region full of maize farmers, who seem to have created large settlements which eventually coalesced into the site of Wari. Ultimately, the city became occupied by perhaps 70,000 people, making it quite large for an Andean site. And Wari is one of the largest sites of the Andes. Its central core of about 2.5 square kilometers is surrounded by another 15 square kilometers of less monumental architecture, as well as residences and house middens. Wari monumental architecture is distinctive because instead of favoring pyramids or mounds, the Wari built labyrinthine compounds, which were carefully planned, beginning with foundations and drains, then eventually doorways and roofs, and then these were subdivided into grids. A common pattern was a central open patio, flanked on 3 or 4 sides by narrow rooms and halls up to 3 stories tall, which formed apartment-like residences for the occupants. Other buildings included circular and semicircular temples. The Wari used fieldstone to construct most of their buildings, coating the stones with white plaster afterwards, though carefully cut and fitted masonry was used in temples and other special buildings. And then, like I said, Wari buildings started from a rigid plan, and this is clearly shown at the imperial site of Pikalakta, which is in the southern part of the Valley of Cuzco. Pikalakta is a geometric masterpiece. It's a grid of walls and plazas that cover a little more than a square kilometer, and it is defined, the city is, by a large rectangular enclosure with walls that were 12 meters tall. And it's an impressive feat, since the land below is not flat. Yet the walls were straight and largely remain so to this day. It's a pretty nice seat to visit. So here, I have not gone. We know a bit about Wari religion from their pottery, since they incorporated religious themes into their ceramics. In particular, the Wari created a lot of urns with depictions of human heads with distinctive turbans or hats and ponchos. And these seem to be depictions of the so-called staff gods, some of whom are male, others are female. And the staff gods were a common theme in the Andes, dating to at least the time of Chavin, and link the Wari to Tiwanaku afterwards and to the Chavin before them. A contemporary rival of the Wari, who we're going to be talking about anyways, what Tiwanaku is. And in fact, the contact between Tiwanaku will change Wari religion over time, but that's a little getting besides the point. Sorry. For right now, let's talk about Wari pottery. Very beautiful, although it doesn't tell us if Wari was kind of a cultural movement or an empire. That is instead made clear by evidence of the series of conquests that the Wari engage in. Environmental degradation may have caused the Wari to conquer their neighbors in order to gain more arable land, but whatever the cause, the Wari organized one of the first conquest empires in the Andes. Between 540 and 650 AD, the Wari conquered the central and southern highlands, including Cuzco, the home of the Inca, as well as the central and southern coasts of Peru. Around 650 AD, some sort of severe revolt or epidemic occurred, which is recorded by changes in settlement distribution and burial patterns. Though whatever this crisis was exactly, it was eventually overcome. The empire expanded very rapidly a second time after this to encompass most of what is now highland and coastal Peru. At any rate, they did so with an economy based on imperialist forms of agriculture and herding. A great variety of foodstuffs were produced in the variety of ecological zones which the Wari controlled. And these were exploited to bring diverse crops back to the capital. Potatoes, maize, coca, peanuts, chili peppers, acas, lima beans, squash, and many fruits were available. In drier environments, the Wari oversaw construction of canals and irrigated fields, as well as terraced open new lands. They raised llamas and guinea pigs for meat, as well as hunted deer and waterfowl. They started building state-sponsored storage facilities to preserve these agricultural surpluses. Later, the Inca, in fact, used this same strategy of building storage facilities to improve their logistical capabilities to a far greater extent. Wari infrastructure had an imperial aspect to it beyond this. They created compounds, storerooms, and roads which provided the infrastructure and communication necessary for their empire, which stretched for hundreds of miles from the capital. In some places, when the Wari established themselves, villages in the highlands were abandoned, and new villages in the lowlands were founded, which suggests an increased emphasis on maize farming, likely for export back to the capital or other important Wari administrative sites. And whenever the Wari went, they created and expanded agricultural terraces as well. The Wari site of Cerro Ball is 600 kilometers away from the Ayacucho Valley. It's a site designed in the Wari fashion, seemingly built to take advantage of the nearby orchards of the Peruvian pepper tree. In addition, an enclosed compound and two D-shaped temples that the Wari constructed here, there was a massive brewery at Cerro Ball, which turned the fruits of the pepper trees into the preferred Wari alcoholic beverage. Archaeologists have discovered two such breweries, another at a site called Seri Mejia. Both were, despite being in nearly impregnable locations, places of brewing and feasting. They were seen as sacred places in the mountains where Wari elite could interact and mingle with local elites as part of the Wari strategy for maintaining control of the empire. But around 1030 AD, both of those brewery sites were abandoned, serving as places for final banquets, offerings of Andean condor and other birds, and then finally the smashing of elegant ceramic vessels, before finally the hilltop buildings seem to have been purposefully burned. The environment was changing at this time. This caused crop failures and other serious problems for the Wari. As a result, the empire collapsed. The Wari seem to have suffered from severe over-centralization. And with all communication carried on foot, it became increasingly difficult for elites in the capital to administer vaster and vaster distances. The empire also had to cope with huge diversity of ethnic group and languages, and all of this probably served as a backdrop for problems that developed when major climate fluctuations made weather patterns unpredictable. The environmental problems at the capital might have been devastating. At the time, it was the largest city in South America, and that meant more and more food had to be brought in from farther and farther away. Violence and banditry became common, and ultimately Wari collapsed around 1100 AD, at which time the capital was abandoned. Now, with that said, a whole bunch of Peruvian peoples who had lived under the Wari now had their freedom, but had experience with statecraft. And no few of them started trying it out for themselves. A number of predatory states developed to fill the vacuum of the Wari, and out of this situation, eventually, the Incas rose to power. They did so using many Wari strategies, like road networks and storage facilities. But in addition, before that happened, there was a contemporary rival of the Wari, who developed farther south, in the Titicaca Basin. They existed from about 400 to 1100 AD as well. This capital was ruled from the city of Tiwanaku, first settled all the way back around 3,000 years ago. But by around 100 AD, Tiwanaku's first pyramids and other monuments were being constructed. The site grew to become the capital of an empire which dominated the southern Andes. Perhaps 25,000 people lived at Tiwanaku, which sat in the center of a broad plain flanked by mountains and the Lake Titicaca. The city consisted of an urban core of pyramids, sunken plazas, and fine masonry construction, and though little of it remains in good condition today, except for the so-called Gateway to the Sun, a massive gateway with a carved image of the staff deity, on top of which allowed entrance into the sacred precinct of the city. But at any rate, by about 500 AD, the main temple of the city sat on a terraced pyramid 18 meters tall. Tiwanaku elites lived in a residential compound constructed from well-cut stone blocks and adobe bricks. The compound consisted of buildings that were an intricate mixture of dwellings and kitchens. This surrounded a large plaza that stood next to a burial area. Nearby, the city was a sacred mountain. This was believed to be the center of the world, and so Tiwanaku attracted many pilgrims who were channeled to a separate compound, which was a hive of buildings, plazas, stairways, platforms, and courtyards. So, Tiwanaku was essentially a mass of elite residences and sacred spaces, which were constructed with very elaborate architectural techniques, but most of the population lived in dozens of dense settlements that stretched from the core of Tiwanaku to the edge of Lake Titicaca. Besides religion, an important part of Tiwanaku's development came from the enhancement of its agricultural production. This was made possible by Tiwanaku elites' control of the labor force. In particular, Tiwanaku elites oversaw the construction of huge raised fields, usually between 5 and 20 meters wide, sometimes as long as 200 meters long. In total, close to 200 square kilometers of raised fields were cultivated by Tiwanaku farmers, and these raised fields were the cornerstone of Tiwanaku's agrarian economy. Tiwanaku's political power expanded mostly west and south from the basin. In particular, trade and religion linked Tiwanaku to regions to the west. Tiwanaku's ritual objects were traded, and these included fine textiles, hats, metal objects, and wooden trays used for inhaling psychoactive snuffs. My kind of religion right there. At any rate, the circulation of these objects and beliefs allowed people far from Tiwanaku to feel like they were part of the empire, and it engendered a sense of community between elites who lived in different cultures and who spoke different languages. Now, commoners, for the most part, weren't really part of this circulation of ideology and trade goods. I should point out that this was almost exclusively done by elites. And at any rate, in the West, the empire of Tiwanaku grew mainly by incorporation. Through this trade, and the populations were kind of brought into Tiwanaku's fold. But this was not what happened when Tiwanaku expanded south. Not that pre-existing communities on the south coast of Peru weren't incorporated into Tiwanaku's empire at times, because they were, but Tiwanaku also built a lot of new settlements. For example, the largest settlement in the empire outside of Tiwanaku is known today as the Omo Site Group, a cluster of 45 sites, 12 of which pre-existed Tiwanaku's expansion into the area, but eventually grew to a total of 45 settlements by the year 1000 AD after Tiwanaku took over. The Omo Site Group was about 270 kilometers south of Tiwanaku. It was very important because it produced maize, cotton, and coca, important products that were undoubtedly part of the underpinnings of Tiwanaku's transformation from a region of loosely integrated communities into really what becomes like a string of colonies of a centrally governed province at Tiwanaku. At any rate, this is what Tiwanaku does: slowly transform its nearby region into this, into something that almost all the other communities orbit Tiwanaku. They kind of manage this same thing at one of their sub-capitals, which is one of the Omo sites. One of them, in particular, is basically just a small version of Tiwanaku's main temple. It has a sunken rectangular court and patio with restricted access where the regional elites lived. And so that site seems to have governed the others in the Omo settlements. But at any rate, with that said, Tiwanaku's presence has been described as light but continuous. and most of the territory it possessed. Tiwanaku was extremely influential, but was a relatively fragile political system. And when it came to an end, it came quickly, and it was utterly devastating. An abrupt but persistent time of climactic change occurred in western South America from about 950 to 1100 AD. Terrible droughts started happening. One drought was so severe that lake levels fell dramatically, and regions became uninhabitable. The raised fields were left high and dry. A dramatic social upheaval and collapse followed, and Tiwanaku went into a dramatic and steep decline. Monumental construction ceased, offering at the temples were halted, and a number of the monolithic stone representations of Tiwanaku's deities and royal ancestors were defaced. The population of the city shrank, and it was a faint remnant of its once glorious past after that. But at any rate, before that happened, Tiwanaku's power was based on 3 economic strategies. The first was intensive land reclamation projects. The state forced subject populations to pay their taxes through labor, and then oversaw the use of this labor to construct the raised and ridged fields. Tiwanaku elites also used a system of labor taxation to build their 2 large administrative centers, the miniature versions of the capital, and that allowed for more effective governance in far-flung provinces. Another strategy was the establishment of the economic colonies, where populations from Tiwanaku were actually moved into regions along the coast of northern Chile and southern Peru and into the edge of the jungle on the east side of the mountains. These colonies provided the capital with a secure and steady supplies of highly desired products from more loyal populations than they might otherwise have been able to get them from. And a third strategy was based on llama caravans. The vast herds of llamas and alpacas were raised on the high plains, and these were regularly brought down into the coastal valleys for trade. Now, llamas aren't great pack animals, but they can still carry around 40 kilograms of cargo apiece relatively easily. At any rate, like I said, Tiwanaku did disintegrate. This happened sometime between, about 1000 and 1200 AD. The massive climate shift that underpinned the agricultural underpinnings of the state, happened, but it's not exactly clear what the exact cause of Tiwanaku's demise are. With that said, what is more clear is that the legacy of the empire lived on. It was revered as a holy place in Inca time. The Inca invented actually an origin story which claimed they were the true descendants of the Tiwanaku cultural tradition. So, at any rate, South American empires didn't arise for all the same causes. They didn't all operate the same way, but they did have a few common aspects. Each had a principal capital that was significantly larger and more elaborate than any of its other satellites. Moche, Sikan, Chan-Chan, Wari, and Tiwanaku all stand out in terms of their overall size, as well as their elaborate and numerous monuments and architecture. But while we know roughly how much territory was controlled by these empires, we know less about how deep their impact was on the rural regions of the empire. Moche and Sikan seem to have had the greatest control on their respective neighbors, but it's unclear how much of an impact either of these 2 empires had on faraway rural hinterlands. Now, the Chimu Empire was capable of profound shows of force, as seen by the conquest of Farfan. But one single conquest is nothing in comparison what the Inca will later do. Tiwanaku's culture spread and was adopted and emulated far away from the Titicaca Basin, but it isn't exactly clear that Tiwanaku had an awful lot of control over some of its more distant trading satellites, and at any rate, all of these sorts of things were happening in South America before the Inca, and the Inca will build their empire upon these foundations. But before we talk about them, we need to talk a little bit more about the rest of South America. We haven't really talked about the Amazon a whole lot yet, or maybe I should say the Amazons. It's common, at any rate, to think of a single Amazon, but the Amazon is a gigantic place. Large swaths of it are man-made, and before Europeans introduced disease to the Amazon, it was filled to the brim with people. The history of the Amazon showed that the idea that tropical forests aren't productive enough to support large populations is false. I talked a good bit in Beyond Clovis about how the Amazon was created by human beings through the creation and use of a special kind of soil called terra preta, which means dark earth. And we know terra preta was created by human beings because one of the ingredients in making terra preta is ground up pottery shards. Terra preta soils are great for agriculture, which is what people use them for. And when a terra preta field is done being used, the forest reclaims it. Tropical forests also love growing on top of terra preta soils as well. And in addition, there are sections of the Amazon which are non-diverse orchard areas, and these seem to have been planted by ancient peoples to become places to get specific types of fruits, nuts, or other resources. At any rate, the people who lived in the Amazon did so in a number of different social groups. By about 1000 AD, there were in fact so many people living in the Amazon that a number of lingua francas, or pidgin languages, developed alongside trade networks inside the Amazon. At contact, something like 1,500 different languages were spoken in the Amazon, about 350 of which are still used today. These being the various Chibchan languages, which are spoken by groups in northern South America, the Carib languages, also found in northern South America, particularly north of the Amazon River, the Macro-Gay languages of the interior regions of eastern Brazil. Pano and Tucano speakers are found in the western Amazon on some of the major drainages, and beyond interspersed and sprinkled throughout these other groups are two widely distributed language families, the Tupi-Guarani and the Arawak. Now, I do not want to get lost in the history of South American language families, but I do want to briefly touch upon the Tupi-Guarani and the Arawak expansions. Now, the Tupi expansion is actually the result of two separate historical processes. The first of which was an expansion where about 5,000 years ago or so, Tupi speakers started to expand from western Brazil. These ancient pottery makers left evidence of their expansion in the form of their pottery shards from their distinctive burial urns they used to help take care of the deceased. And later, the Tupi spread out again. This was more of an exodus than an expansion. An expansion means communities split as they get large, move into new places. The Tupi exodus in the 15th century was a way to escape European slavers operating in Brazil. Now, the Arawak likewise engaged in a large-scale movement, what researchers would call a diaspora. This occurred sometime around 300 BC, when Arawak agriculturalists began to disperse around the lowlands of South America and beyond. Now, we're going to talk about the Arawak more soon when we get to the Caribbean, but for now, it's just good to know that the Arawak language family originated in the northwest Amazon. Then it spread out and diverged around 3,000 years ago. First into the Orinoco Delta, and then doing so over a period of about 500 years. And then about 100 years after that, Arawak settlers started arriving in the Caribbean. And in fact, Arawak culture continued to spread into new areas until about 500 AD. At any rate, besides language, Arawak peoples shared their own pottery styles and a clear settlement pattern. They built villages around central plazas or other sacred spaces. Homes and other buildings were built out from the village center in concentric circles, and these villages were linked to one another in extensive socio-political networks. They practiced intensive agriculture with manioc as a staple crop, and they added aquatic resources to this for their diet. Arawak societies emphasized their shared heritage, so that, to be honest, as far as human societies go, internecine warfare, conflict within the group, doesn't seem to be nearly as common in Arawak societies as in many others on Earth. Now, that doesn't mean they didn't engage in warfare. Defensive structures were built, and Arawaks defended themselves fiercely from strangers, but as far as dealing with one's neighbors go, the Arawaks definitely emphasized accommodation and kinship, what researchers would call a non-predatory ideology, if you can imagine people living in such a world. Arawak communities in the Amazon grew in size and population from about 880 onwards until perhaps the mid-17th century. During this time, small villages grew, and some large villages became political hubs for, chiefdoms. These communities were linked physically by trails and raised causeways, and so that's why it's pretty clear that the Arawaks lived in what we might call chiefdoms or even paramount chiefdoms, where principal villages had architectural features like earthworks and ditches, large mounds and raised causeways at roads that would lead off to other satellites, as well as canoe ports, reservoirs, and fish ponds. And anyway, Arawak-speaking peoples weren't the only people building circular villages in the Amazon. That's also how Macro-Gay-speaking communities lived, who built and lived in the famous ring villages of central Brazil. These were first established from the 4th to 8th centuries, such that by 800 AD they were widespread throughout central Brazil. Ring villages were unlike Arawak communities in that they were far more self-sufficient, however. They were not physically connected to other communities by paths or causeways. And in part, actually, that is going to help their culture when European disease arrives, because without regular trade and movement of people, their way of life was less threatened by Old World disease. At any rate, ring villages contain a circular plaza with a men's house in the center, and with upwards of 3 concentric rings of dwellings that surround the site. In pre-contact times, before disease and slave raids, perhaps about 1,000 people would have lived in each ring village. Those residents were organized into different kin groups, or 2 separate moieties, and the 2 moieties would intermarry. The gay-speaking peoples of ring villages didn't live in the central Amazon alone. Tupi speakers also lived in permanent settlements. They farmed with terra preta soils and otherwise went along their lives. At one site, called the Antonio Gallo site, a dozen house mounds surround a circular plaza. A small village which over time grew from 2.5 acres until a size of 75 acres. And host to a community of perhaps 1,000 inhabitants, who now lived with around a much larger rectangular plaza at the center of their town. They also had a moat and a defensive wall, an indication that the people of the Antonio Gallo site engaged in conflict, though with who is a mystery. At any rate, Macro-Gay-speaking peoples of the Amazon lived in not the Macro-Gay, the Tupi-speaking peoples, of the Amazon, like the Arawaks, lived in linked, complex alliances. Now, with that said, we've really barely scratched the surface of the Amazon, but really I'm just hoping that I've impressed on you that the Amazon was a densely occupied place. I mean, all the lines of archaeological evidence, the settlements, placement of terra preta soils, uncovered pottery artifacts, the defensive earthworks, and other structures found via LiDAR, which, in case you don't know, is a really neat imaging technology where planes fly overhead and take pictures of the ground and can see through foliage. That's how you find a lot of the evidence of these earthworks and everything. And these all form pieces of evidence which show us that the Amazon was densely occupied. But many of the cultures which flourished there are poorly known, and so there's a lot of secrets from the past still hidden in Amazonia. As for us, we're going to move on to talk about some of the other chiefdoms in South America, starting in Colombia, a place which, in a continent known for its diversity, stands out for its diversity. In fact, ecologically and geographically, a lot of the same factors that helped with the creation of huge states and empires to develop farther south in Peru exist also on the Andean chain in Colombia, where eventually the Muisca developed. Muisca culture evolved out of earlier agricultural communities along the mountains of central Colombia. Different types of economic specialization start appearing in the region around 400 BC, especially with different types of pottery makers. By about 800 AD, these small communities were really starting to grow. New pottery forms were developed and new settlements formed as a result of this substantial population growth. And from that period until the arrival of the Spanish, that area of Colombia just really grew with population at an incredible rate, and a number of small Muisca chiefdoms developed. So Muisca chiefdom would not be accurate because the Muisca didn't have a single ruler. Instead, power rested in a number of chiefdoms, usually around 100 kilometers or so in diameter and size. A similar political situation existed south of where the Muisca lived. That's where the chiefdoms of the Tierra Dendro similarly evolved out of small dispersed homesteads and farming communities. From those humble beginnings, Tierra Dendro maize farmers became widespread, and so did these communities have some of the finest goldsmithing in South America. Golden treasures from Tierra Dendro goldsmiths was traded far and wide by merchants in the Andean world. Farther south were the San Agustin people, who created a society that was likewise fragmented. San Agustin, though, was connected by an overarching religion that seems to have united the otherwise disparate chiefdoms. These people lived in smaller villages than either the Tierra Dendro or the Muisca people. In fact, the most impressive San Agustin sites aren't the relatively modest mounds upon which chiefs and nobles resided, but instead were separate religious sites, such as the San Agustin site from which the culture is named. That's where 500 stone statues exist, which were painted to depict male figures with the heads of jaguars. They hold weapons, musical instruments, and the heads of their defeated enemies. Perhaps these statues depict figures taking on the power or form of supernatural beings, or are depictions of priests who had the authority from having supernatural properties. But at any rate, San Agustin had a lot of burial chambers as well, where elites from around the region were buried in stone chambers, which were then covered with an earthen mound. But St. Augustine did not have many houses. Only a few farmers lived in the surrounding countryside as well. Most of the St. Augustine people lived in other villages far from St. Augustine and the other holy sites of the area. And we don't really know much about how those people lived, although it seems like they lived in some sort of religious confederation. But the numerous small chiefdoms of St. Augustine were independent, but also related by religions in ways that seem different from their neighbors. I presume something like a San Augustine Pope had power over the various San Augustine chiefs, but who knows? Meanwhile, on Colombia's coast, on the Caribbean Sea, the Tairona chiefdoms developed when people from the coast moved into the mountains, sometime around 600 to 900 AD. They began farming maize, avocado, and agave, and founded a variety of new settlements. One of the largest of the site is called Ciudad Perdida. It's a set of terraces, circular dwellings, tombs, and plazas, built on a web of ridges above the Rio Buritaca. Perhaps 8,000 people lived at Ciudad Perdida, and they traded with various other Tairona chiefdoms to obtain potatoes, sweet potatoes, coca, salt, fish, cotton, tobacco, manioc, and shells. The Tairona, like the other ethnic groups of Colombia, shared similar cultures, but lived in a politically fragmented landscape. And that political fragmentation was not confined to Colombia. On the coast of Ecuador, a cluster of chiefdoms developed called the Manteño, And they are truly a fascinating people. That's because the Manteño built ocean-going sailing vessels. These were operated by crews of 20 and carried cargo along the west coast of South America. Often Manteño merchants and sailors who went about in this way of life carried silver and gold, or finely made fabrics and pottery and other luxury goods. Combined with the rich maritime resources where the Manteño lived were agriculture, which made them extremely wealthy. In fact, Manteño rulers built giant thrones that marked their rule. These only exist at the major Manteño sites, but at the largest Manteño sites, there are sometimes as many as 12 of the distinctive Manteño horseshoe-shaped seats. So it's clear that multiple elite lineages or households existed in Manteño society. And at any rate, it is believed that the Manteño, or their ancestors, or another culture like theirs, were how metalworking spread from the South American coast into Mesoamerica and beyond. Quite a bit farther south, another chiefdom developed on the south coast of Peru called the Chincha. Similar to the Manteño, they were ruled by numerous lords, 30 according to a colonial document. The Chincha had an economy based on farming, fishing, and trade. Chincha merchants traveled far and wide to sell numerous items, the most prominent being the rare spondylus shell, which was coveted in many parts of South America. Gold, silver, copper, ceramics, foodstuffs, stone tools, all of these also made the trip as well on occasion, and the wealth which the Manteño chiefdoms derived from this trade likely it was the reason of such an attractive place of conquest in the eyes of the Inca and later in the Spanish. At any rate, as you can see, numerous kinds of societies developed across South America. They varied in population, territory, social structure, political order, and religion. They show an incredible range of diversity, and in doing so teach us that it is possible to live many different ways of living your life, I guess. And further, since some of these geographical places became the seats of empire, while other similar regions contained prosperous societies who nonetheless did not engage in any sort of empire building, reminds us that human agency is very important. Without a doubt, having multiple ecosystems within close proximity to one another is an important ingredient in the creation of states and empires. But empires are not built by geography alone. Geographically and ecologically, Colombia is the perfect place for large states, yet political fragmentation ruled the day. Perhaps, by studying the history of South America, you will find, as I do, that empire is neither necessary nor inevitable in this world. And if you believe the opposite is true, that empire is desirable, well, there is no better empire to study than the Inca. Before we do that, we need to get caught back up in the Caribbean. We last left off in the Caribbean way back in the first episode of People of the Sun Beyond Clovis. Way back then, the Caribbean was initially populated. But in the last few centuries BC, a new migration of peoples arrived. They had different technologies than the original inhabitants from the Archaic Age. Instead of using mainly stone tools, these people made new, elaborate ceramic tools. They lived in permanent villages, they grew crops, and interacted with their environment in different ways. Researchers call the arrival of these people into the Caribbean the Saladoid phenomenon, based on the pottery they used, which was related to pottery found in South America, most prominently at the Saladero site in Venezuela. Now, there is a lot that obviously isn't clear about the Saladoid phenomenon, but it appears that multiple groups of Arawak speakers extended from the mainland into the Caribbean. And when they arrived, they didn't overwhelm and displace the previous population, but instead it seems these two people fused into one in certain places. So the archaic people who previously lived in the Caribbean kind of helped shape Saladoid culture as they adapted to it. Now, before moving into the Caribbean, the ancestors of the Saladoid people migrated from the west to the Orinoco Basin, and they mixed there with other societies. And in certain ways, you can say that they brought both Andean and Amazonian cultural influences into the Caribbean, although this happened after a lengthy stay near the South American coast during the last millennium BC. When Saladoid peoples started migrating into the Caribbean, they actually skipped the islands closest to the coast. Earlier expeditions probably occurred, which gave them reconnaissance to know that larger islands with more fertile farmland were out farther to the sea. But of course, we don't really know exactly how that went. We really have no idea. But with that said, as opposed to like a gradual migratory waves of settlements moving from south to north, the earliest Saladoid migrants bypassed the southernmost islands of Grenada, the Grenadines, St. Vincent, and St. Lucia. They moved on instead to St. Martin, Montserrat, Martinique, and Puerto Rico. Saladoid settlements in those places date back to about 400 BC. In contrast, the Saladoid settlements closest to the South American mainland, the earliest one that we know of is the site of Cedros on the southwestern peninsula of Trinidad, which is perhaps maybe 200 years younger. At any rate, the same reason we know that the Saladoid people were newcomers, from evidence based on their pottery, also tells us that the Saladoid phenomenon was not comprised of a single culture. There was actually another group from the Orinoco Basin who made a similarly timed migration into the Caribbean. They used very different pottery styles. These were first found at the site of La Huaca on Puerto Rico, and from these they get the name Huacoid. Researchers have discovered that these two groups lived side by side in the Caribbean for about 1,000 years. They used different kinds of stone tools as well, which gives further evidence that these were two separate populations. Even though the tools often had similar purposes, tools that helped with agriculture, for example, they were clearly distinct. Now, with that said, nobody knows who or what the Huacoid phenomenon was. It might not have been a completely separate society. Perhaps it was like a special enclave of religious people who formed communities which were apart from, yet related to Saladoid sites. Maybe like in the same... Anyway, who knows? It's interesting to consider. But however these two groups were related or interacted with each other, they also were interacting with the previous inhabitants of the Caribbean. Well, at least sometimes. At others, it appears they may have avoided each other, especially in the early years. Many of the islands that were skipped over, like I said, by the Saladoid migrants, were actually heavily used by earlier archaic inhabitants. These were locations where a lot of important different types of stone could be gotten. And so many of the Saladoid settlements instead were in other places, obviously, that were in defensible locations or on high points of islands, which enabled a good line of sight. Others were hidden from view from the coast as best as possible. Yet most of the interactions between these two people probably was not violent, because most of these sites are missing defensive architecture, like walls and moats. In fact, almost none of those have been found from the era. Often the two groups engaged in cultural interaction, since these original Caribbean stoneworking tools, especially the ones used for vegetable cultivation, were sometimes found in Saladoid and Huacoid sites, and which makes sense if you think about how new people often adopt to some local customs. Likewise, some archaic settlements began making their own pottery after the arrival of the Saladoid and Huacoid peoples. At any rate, Saladoid people lived in permanent villages. They subsisted on the large part on domesticated plants, though they also used hundreds of different species of wild and domesticated plants in total. They also hunted and fished. Now, unfortunately for our understanding of their society, something like 95% of their material culture was made of perishable materials like wood and bone, so much of it is gone. Their main plant crop was manioc, though the three sisters were also significant, as were chili peppers, and a variety of fruits, including the species of apple, papaya, pineapple, avocado, and passion fruit. Further, it isn't really clear exactly when these species arrived in the Caribbean. It is believed that the Saladoid brought at least some, and perhaps most of them, into the Caribbean when they arrived. Archaeology in the Caribbean is difficult. Like I said, much of the land has been plowed dozens, if not hundreds of times from the colonial era onwards. Vacation resorts get built and rebuilt again and again now in the modern era. You combine that with the fact that much of the material used by Caribbean peoples were biodegradable, means that there are big gaps in the record, obviously. But we do know that the Saladoid and Hooikoid people lived in villages that were similar to their Arawak relatives on mainland South America. Excuse me. Agricultural villages, these were, which included a ceremonial area that is usually contained a men's house. Saladoid homes were conical in shape. They were made with timbers tied together by a framework of smaller poles. This created a frame which would be thatched. Several houses would then share a single dump site, so each home would be associated with a nearby midden. Saladoid peoples built freestanding or attached walls to their homes in the Caribbean. These were essentially small palisades that functioned as windbreaks and screens. This is exactly the sort of thing they would have learned from earlier Caribbean inhabitants, in my opinion. It's a lot easier to get through a hurricane if your house doesn't blow away. At any rate, Saladoid villages were circular. Their houses were built in a circle, and those surrounded ceremonial complexes that functioned as cemeteries. They lined their ceremonial precincts with stone borders. These are the predecessor of later ball courts that are found on the islands too. And so it's possible they may have been playing some sort of ball game as well as this functioning as a cemetery. And at any rate, over time, Saladoid culture becomes more and more distinct from the Arawak culture from which it originated. One of these changes is seen in the way people were buried. Over time, Saladoid cemeteries within central plazas became replaced. People transitioned to burying their loved ones in domestic spaces instead. Essentially, by about 600 AD, Saladoid people stopped seeing themselves as a single cohesive Arawak community. Instead, more important was that they belonged to distinct lineages. And this change went along with new and more complex forms of political organization. Now, these changes took place in different places in the Caribbean, at different times, in different places in the Caribbean. If we're going to break up, for example, even in the Caribbean, to two smaller sections, we get the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles. Both of these saw uninhabited areas filled with people, as populations grew from one end of the archipelago to the other. In the larger islands of the Great Antilles, a new society developed, though, known as the Taino. Starting in Puerto Rico at about 600 AD, emerging Taino chiefdoms began constructing new ceremonial centers that were the center of new complex societies. These new chiefdom-level societies then started to spread into eastern Hispaniola, where fully sedentary villages based on horticulture became the dominant form of settlement. The Bahamas were similarly transformed, then Jamaica and Cuba. Remarkably, Jamaica may not have had a human presence until Taino colonists arrived at around 600 AD, by the way. But at any rate, these colonists went about doing what people do, in that they made several species of flightless birds, large rodents, sloths, monkeys, and bats all go extinct, and they replaced these animal populations with some of the animals they brought with them, like dogs. Many of the islands in the Caribbean, with that said, already had people living in them, such as Hispaniola. These islands developed complex chiefdoms that differed from those on Puerto Rico and Jamaica, in that the descendants of the Saladoid people started to meld with the archaic settlers in a greater way, in a more often, I guess, so that different kinds of Taino societies developed there. At any rate, is what I'm trying to say. This culture also went through a dramatic period of new exploration and colonization. And that went alongside a rapid population growth that occurred after 600 AD. And from that time until the arrival of the Europeans, there was a good deal of cultural diversity among the various Taino chiefdoms that developed. At any rate, once Taino cultures developed and colonized Jamaica, that also made it possible for Taino culture to continue spreading into Cuba. And at any rate, before European planters ruined a lot of the Caribbean with poor farming techniques, the Bahamas, for example, were very attractive living spaces with good soil. They were important in the Caribbean as well, as a place where salt collection and shell bead production was done. Now, the people of the Bahamas called themselves Lucayennes. And similarly to the colonists of Jamaica, they arrived around 600 AD. Taino people spread into Cuba during the same era, and they mixed there with the people who were already living there. So Taino culture developed its own flavors in Cuba, that different than it was elsewhere. Like Hispaniola, it was a place where cultural fusion created variants of Taino societies. And there's some things up in the Greater Antilles. At the open of the 7th century, larger population sizes, migrations of peoples onto new islands, and the mixing of two societies led to new cultures. From 600 to 1492, a great deal of political and social change occurred in the Caribbean, such that on the eve of conquest, there were polities in the Caribbean that consisted of over 100 aligned villages, with populations in the tens of thousands. When well-defined social classes, Caribbean chiefs or caciques came from an elite class called Nitenos, a term which translates into us good or noble. They comprised less than 5% of the population and ruled over the rest of Taino people, who were the commoner class called Naborias, which literally translates as the rest of them. Though at the very bottom was a class seems to be like there were classes of slaves, of war captives, though, taken in war as well. Archaeologists classify Taino societies as chiefdoms, and some of them could be quite complex. As you would imagine anybody in charge of over 100 or more villages, you'd have to have quite a bit of a government structure. However, the story of how the Taino went from living in villages to living in chiefdoms is not well understood, in no small part due to a lack of many well-researched and good archaeological sites in the Caribbean. But a few do shed some information on the process. One is Maisabel, a site on the north coast of Puerto Rico, a bit west of San Juan today. Maisabel was first occupied around 200 BC, and it remained occupied until at least 1000 AD. A few changes took place during this time, especially during a 200-year period starting at around 600 AD, and that's when people stopped using the central ceremonial area of Maisabel as a cemetery. They used it less and less at any rate, and by 800 AD it was converted into a ceremonial plaza instead of a cemetery, and it was used as a ball court. Taino people instead buried their dead in and around their houses. A shift in the community began taking place to a new organization based upon lineages. Another Puerto Rican site is called Thebes. It's on the south end of the island. It saw similar changes as Maisabel from the period of 700 to 900 AD. Thebes grew until it had 11 rectangular ceremonial plazas and one circular ceremonial plaza. These were sacred spaces, demarcated by cobblestone pavement. The central plaza for this growing village was once a Saladoid cemetery. In Thebes and other parts of the Caribbean, burials became more individualized. Around 800 AD and beyond, we also have evidence of individual status becoming more important. Thebes was an important ceremonial center until 1200 AD, in which seems at point went into decline. Another Puerto Rican site, Caguana, began to experience significant growth in size and importance at this time. Caguana, too, went through similar processes. It peaked around the mid-1400s and was also in decline when Europeans arrived. The Taino bound their plazas of their villages with stones, a rare resource in the Caribbean, and at some places these would be as large as 2 meters. The larger stones were often carved with petroglyphs of anthropomorphic faces, and they were often associated with the ball game, a similar but different game that was played elsewhere in the Americas. In the Caribbean, 2 teams competed in trying to keep a solid rubber ball from bouncing more than once, using any part of their bodies except their hands. The ball went from one end of the court to the other as the game went along. Central plazas were a very important feature of Taino society. All the most important, Taino towns and ceremonial centers were organized around these large rectangular plazas. Europeans commented about them quite a bit. The ball game was likewise very important. Entire towns might watch important matches as a community activity and entertainment. Elite families sat and watched from ceremonial seats around the stone-paved perimeter of the court, as residents from nearby smaller villages also attended. So did bettors. Gambling on the ball game was a common activity. Other ball courts were built between separate chiefdoms. These were important places for diplomatic relations and other activities. Trade, religious ceremonies involving dance and song, intermarriage, and other exchanges took place between different peoples at these places. And a great example of this is the small island of Mona. That's where there's a site between Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. Mona didn't have a large population, but it did have 3 ball courts. It was a great place for inter-island meetings. The principal religious ceremony enacted at the ball court plazas was called the Arrieto. It included drumming, chanting, hallucinogenic substances, and it allowed elites to interact with the spiritual world. Arrietos were performed at funerals, births, marriages, declarations of war and peace, or the arrival and departure of important visitors. Arrietos were, as you might imagine, not stuffy, boring, and solemn events where Taino people would be reverently thankful for their existence. These were celebrations of life. Alcoholic beverages were consumed. And in fact, some Arrietos weren't considered finished until all the participants passed out. So it's easy to see these events as times where the Taino people got drunk and took hallucinogens and partied. But the Arrieto also connected the world of the living with the world of spirits in a way that was relevant for Taino people. And trust me, if you're going to visit the spirit world, you're going to want to get seriously fucked up first. Now, Hispaniola contained fewer but larger ceremonial plazas and ball courts than Puerto Rico did. It's a cultural difference that probably shows one of the differences between Saladoid peoples at Puerto Rico, who evolved into a Taino society, and the Saladoid peoples on Hispaniola, who mixed with a large archaic population and created a different kind of Taino society. At any rate, villages on Hispaniola are much more likely to have one single large ceremonial plaza rather than the numerous smaller plazas of Puerto Rico. Similar changes took place at the site of El Atayadizo on the Yuma River in the Dominican Republic, as occurred at other Taino sites. Pottery-using people arrived and began occupying the site around 800 AD. They built a village consisting of mounds on top of houses. A Taino-style ceremonial central plaza was built 200 years later. So too were several cobbled roadways that led from the central plaza to the nearby river and to other areas. The central plaza of El Atayadizo is oriented differently to the southeast-northwest instead of north-south, as on most Taino islands. But in addition, the cobbled walkways were a more important feature at El Atayadizo than elsewhere in the Caribbean. There aren't multiple ball courts at the site either, so it's assumed that less emphasis was placed on the ball game here, perhaps, than some other Taino polities. At any rate, another Taino site in the Dominican Republic is called the Zone of Chauce. It, too, contains stone pavements that encircle the central plaza and which lead to other locations. 2 monoliths carved into anthropomorphic faces guard the entrance of the plaza, and 1 paved causeway leads to an area near the Chauce River that is covered with similar petroglyphs of human and animal faces, known today as the Pool of the Twins and the Pool of the Little Faces. Chauce is an impressive site, but it isn't the largest site on the island once known as Hispaniola. South of Chauce is another Taino site, known as the Corral de los Indios. That was centered around an oval plaza and encircled by a wide, raised cobblestone causeway which ran off to a nearby stream. Corral de los Indios is distinctive because the plaza is much larger than any other known plaza in the Caribbean. At the center was a stone carved into the shape of a face with an open, oval mouth, the so-called Stone of Anacawana. Because of this stone, the Corral de los Indios is one of the few archaeological sites in the Caribbean which can be associated with the early conquistadors' accounts. It was the seat of power of one of Hispaniola's most powerful caciques, Caonabo, and we will be returning here soon enough. Cuba has fewer but larger ceremonial plazas. The site of Pueblo Viejo, for example, had a plaza as large as almost anything in the Caribbean, and the nearby site of Laguna Limones had a sizable population, judging by the significant number of mounds within it. Another site, known as the Big Wall site, is significant, and in fact all of the Cuba Taino sites were significant in that they were surrounded by large earthen walls. All of them were only about 20 kilometers apart from one another, and warfare definitely seems to have been more common in Cuba than in the other islands of the Taino world. At any rate, nearly all Taino sites in Cuba are on eastern Cuba, and so it appears that Taino culture clearly spread from Hispaniola and Puerto Rico onto the island. It isn't clear exactly how this came about. Perhaps eastern Cuba was used as a beachhead for expansion from eastern Hispaniola. It is possible a local development of Cuban style of Taino religious beliefs are sprouted up too, perhaps. Who knows? What is more clear is that the shift from communal cemeteries to burials in or near houses meant that the different lineages in Taino society were competing. That's probably why the ball game became so important in the Caribbean. To control the growing population between the lineages and villages and in between villages, the Taino essentially ritualized this competition to control it. The ball game and other surrounding festivities around the ball game were a good way of interacting and settling differences that might otherwise lead to warfare. But the Central Plaza was more than just a ball court. It was also a place where lineages and even individual chiefs attempted to show their superior ancestry and connection to powerful supernatural beings by performing Arrieto ceremonies. Over time, fewer and fewer ball games took place in central plazas, hence why some of the oldest Caribbean Taino sites had so many additional plazas. Simply because the local cacique essentially transformed the primary function of the central plaza of the site from a place where ball games took port to a stage for his arrietos. Taino caciques used the arrieto to build allegiances from their followers and to ask for aid from powerful supernatural forces. The Taino called such supernatural spirits semi. And with that said, in the words of Samuel M. Wilson, the author of The Archaeology of the Caribbean, quote, "A powerful cacique needed a heroic lineage, powerful semis, a large plaza, and a lot of followers," unquote. Couldn't have said it better myself. The people who lived in these places fished, farmed, made pottery, engaged in wood carving, which was truly taken to a fine art in the Caribbean. They would also sculpt out of bone, mind you, and they would weave cotton to create Taino art. Thanks to inter-island canoe travel, much of the Caribbean culture was similar from island to island, even though, as you might imagine, as we have been discovered, a lot of geographical distinctiveness also existed. On Hispaniola, there was a great emphasis placed on the objects associated with rituals in which psychoactive snuff was induced. Each cacique on Hispaniola had a finely made table for just such a ceremony, where various powders were put into wooden dishes, well-crafted pestles and wooden canes were used for making and sniffing these powders, and long carved manatee ribs were used to induce vomiting that were also likewise somehow for Lord knows what these things were like. Going to an Arrieto must have been something else. Taino chiefdoms on Puerto Rico, in contrast, most often collected artifacts that went along with the ball game. One type of ball game item was a stone collar or belt, which was worn by players of the ball game. Those are commonly found in Puerto Rico. 79 of them have been found there in archaeologists, as contrast to 4 found on Hispaniola, as an example. In some, the Taino people of different places thought of themselves as culturally distinct. They spoke related but different languages. They created related but different pottery and other artifacts. And the Caribbean and its people continued to change up until the arrival of Columbus. In some places, the hunter-gatherers who continued to occupy spaces that they had for thousands of years. In others, new Taino chiefdoms continued to emerge. The largest and most powerful of these chiefdoms continued obtaining new levels of size and territorial expansion. Something different happened in the south, though, with the islands of the Lesser Antilles. People there stayed in a far greater amount of ongoing contact with people from the surrounding mainlands of South America than did the Taino chiefdoms. And this interaction had been important for as long as people had lived there. And it continued growing in importance over time. Europeans believed that an invasion was taking place in the Caribbean at the time of their arrival, a so-called Carib invasion. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of archaeological evidence for this, though. With that said, the people of the Lesser Antilles were interacting with coastal peoples for all of the history of the Caribbean, and the culture in the Lesser Antilles was dramatically different than the culture of the Taino, even without any such late migration into the Caribbean. At any rate, by about 1300 AD, it seems that Taino culture had started to expand into Guadeloupe and Martinique. These two islands are on the border between Taino culture and Carib culture, and conflict ensued. Maybe this is why the Carib had such a fearsome reputation amongst the Taino in the first place, and a buffer zone may have developed between the two cultures after this attempted colonization. I'm not really sure. The history of the Caribbean is muddled. There is no evidence of a massive migration of a new people, a Carib people, into the Caribbean, but that doesn't also mean that groups of people from the mainland were continuing to arrive in the Lesser Antilles. We don't know. What is clear is that a separate trade network had developed in the Caribbean that linked the dozen or so islands between Montserrat and the Virgin Islands with the mainland of South America. And with that said, it's not like people in the Greater Antilles weren't communicating with the mainland. There's evidence of trade between Cuba and parts of Central America and Florida. Perhaps that's what was fueling the conflict in Cuba and why the Taino polities there had fortifications. I don't know. At any rate, we're going to return to the Caribbean next episode. But for now, let's end this episode by turning our attention back to South America, so we can discuss one of the greatest empires of all time, the Inca. Now, the Inca rose to prominence because they stood on the shoulders of giants. The foundation upon which they built their empire already existed, as I've been interspersing that story throughout this episode. But the Incas still created the largest state in the pre-Columbian Americas, and they did so in a very quick amount of time. From about 1400 to to 1535 AD, to be precise. So we need to talk about how they managed to do that. Inca is a native term. These people did not call their empire the Inca Empire. They used the name Tawantinsuyu. It means 4 portions that have become one. The Empire of the 4 Quarters. At their peak, the Inca ruled from what is today northern Ecuador all the way south to central Chile, a distance of more than 4,000 kilometers. Now, to put that in perspective, that is the size of the Western Roman Empire. The Inca population was something like 14 million people. As such, the Inca created one of the largest states to ever exist. Even more remarkable than the Incas' achievement in conquest were their engineering achievements. They built a tremendous amount of infrastructure in their territories: fortresses, roads, way stations, shrines, bridges, as well as a huge number of terraced fields and aqueducts for their potatoes, coca, and maize. They worked primarily with cut stone and adobe brick, so their architectural presence in the region can be seen even today. Their engineering achievements were made possible by the Inca ability to mobilize an enormous workforce. They did this via a strict hierarchy. It extended from Cuzco to other regions, then to specific communities, and finally to individual households. Inca rulers directed workers to build roads, construct palaces, weave cotton cloth, and go to war. Their organization skill was also applied on the battlefield. They were not victorious in every military campaign, but they were remarkably efficient in organizing people and territory into their empire. According to Inca myth, they emerged from the womb of the earth and proceeded to create an empire, since this was their express purpose in life. Reality is more complex, of course. The origins of the Inca begin with the Wari Empire's expansion into the Cuzco Valley in the 6th century AD. The Wari did not build a large presence in the valley, but they did establish several colonies in the region that focused on obtaining control of the llama caravan routes and sources of gold and coca. Wari and local elites began to exchange exotic trade goods, and it is believed that these local elites started to organize workers for the Wari. This relationship between Wari and local Cuzco elites thus enhanced the power and authority of local elite leaders, even if it did so indirectly. When the Wari Empire declined around 1000 AD and abandoned their colonies, these local elites became much more powerful. In fact, since both Wari and Tiwanaku collapsed at roughly the exact same time, there was a period of great political fragmentation throughout the Andes, until at least the great empire of Chimu developed, the great rival of the Inca. Chimu expanded along the coasts as far south as modern-day Lima. Meanwhile, the Inca, who were technically one of 4 different ethnic groups in the Cuzco Valley, began to likewise expand in this climate. New areas surrounding Cuzco were settled and quickly turned into large villages as steep slopes were terraced and farmed. Stream water was redirected into irrigation systems as well, and these projects allowed for the Inca to expand until eventually Cuzco was about 10 times the size of its neighbors by about 1300 AD. There's evidence of conflict between Cuzco and its neighbors during this period. Ultimately, some regions were abandoned and became empty buffers between Cuzco and its rivals. But eventually, the Inca conquered all of the kingdoms of the Cuzco Valley. Afterwards, they launched their empire with the knowledge of statecraft and engineering they inherited from the Wari and Tiwanaku empires. The oral histories of the Inca declare that the Inca state was created in a pivotal cataclysmic moment that occurred in 1438. At the time, the Inca were under attack by a rival group, the Chancas. The Chanca attacked with such ferocity that the ruler of Cuzco, Viracocha Inca, fled. He took his heir, Urcon, and he left the city's defenses in the hands of a young prince. The Inca say what happened next was a miracle. As Cuzco's defense defeat drew near, the stones of the city itself were transformed into soldiers. And with these new reinforcements, the Inca defeated the Chanca. Afterwards, the cowardly Inca king remained in exile. His heir was assassinated, and the young prince and general who remained to defend the city took the name Pachacuti. It translates as cataclysm or earth shaker. He is known to history as Pachacuti Inca Yupanqui, and while he is very much a real individual, there is a problem in that the story is obviously not true. Though I can certainly imagine scenarios where one of the king's quote-unquote trusted generals safely tucks away his army somewhere until the king is out of harm's way, shall we say, and then after that wins a battle and makes himself the new king. At any rate, while the details presented by the Inca in their origin story aren't accurate, the basic political processes they describe probably were. Conquering the Cuzco Valley further meant that the Inca had new lands to develop and ethnic groups to subjugate. This is the perfect experience for future imperialism. They also reveal something else. We can't really separate the creation of empire from the actions of individual people. It might be true that certain environmental conditions must be met for a people to become an empire, but they are forced by individuals, not environments. So when Inca leaders died, there were rebellions, reconquests, and negotiations in consequence. At any rate, Inca expansion was underway before 1400 AD, if we are to believe the archaeological evidence, at the expense of the Inca's official account. In fact, according to the archaeological evidence, many of the official Inca dates of conquest are wrong. It is likely that the various Inca emperors, some of them probably just decided to change official histories at various points to make themselves more important. And with that said, according to the Inca, Pachacuti consolidated the Cuzco area and began extending control into farther and farther areas. The Inca conquered the Titicaca Basin by 1463, then turned north and spent the next 8 years conquering the Chimu, before looting the capital Chan Chan and dismantling the Chimu state. Pachacuti conquered northern Peru, the highlands of Ecuador, adding them to the empire. His son, Topa Inca, continued Pachacuti's conquests. Topa Inca conquered the southern coast of Peru, Bolivia, northwest Argentina, and the northern half of Chile in a mere 21 years between 1471 and 1493. After Topa Inca died, he was succeeded by Huayna Capac, who expanded the empire north to the modern Ecuador-Colombia border. He captured the chiefdoms of the Chachapoyas, ended many revolts and rebellions which happened under his rule, and then, suddenly, without naming an heir, Huayna Capac died of smallpox. Disease arrived 7 years before Europeans did. Civil war followed the emperor's death, which had finally ended just as the Spanish arrived. Now, as I said, that's the Inca timeline. And the Inca timeline isn't exactly accurate if we are to judge by radiocarbon dates, but the fact that Inca political propaganda glorified just a few great men doesn't really take away from the astonishing pace of Inca conquests. The Inca went from a small city-state to one of the largest empires of all time in, at the most, 150 years. Inca succession was not exactly clear-cut, and whenever the emperor died, infighting, violence, and even civil wars could erupt, as eligible contenders vied for the throne. The royal Capac Yupanqui deposed the previous ruler to take the throne. He himself was poisoned to death, and his favorite heir was killed. That's how Huayna Capac became emperor. Inca Urcon was murdered and replaced by Inca Pachacuti, who then had his predecessor's name stricken from the official dynastic lists and official Inca histories. So I say all this to tell you that we aren't even exactly sure how many kings the Inca had, or what each was responsible for. But with that said, it seems that the first 5 Inca kings on the official list were from the lower moiety, called the Hurin, Remember, dualism was very important in the Andes, and this is, of course, true of the Inca. In fact, Native American cultures generally. Societies being developed into moieties is common in the Americas, but both Hurin and Hanan sides of Inca society claimed lineage back to Manco Capac. The last of the 5 Hurin rulers was Capac Yupanqui. Afterwards, all Inca rulers came from the upper or Hanan moiety. They also preferred the title Inca instead of Capac, which, though why this change occurred, is a mystery to us today. It lies hidden in the mysteries of the Inca past. It's thought perhaps that Inca Roca, the 6th Inca ruler, might not have been legitimate. One hypothesis is that the cultural changes surrounding the title of emperor was because that Capac Yupanqui represented an entirely new line of kings as a result, and that would have explained also the assassination of the preceding ruler, at any rate. The Incas then ruled over an empire, though, with a very diverse economy, despite what appears to be a lot of confusion at the very top. The highlands, people engaged in a practice known as verticality, the act of controlling a variety of different ecological niches that were at different altitudes but relatively close to one another in order to grow a large variety of crops and thus potentially safeguarding themselves from pests, disease, and weather. Agriculture in general was the most important part of Inca diets, but in addition, large sections of grassy plains in the highlands weren't used for farming but instead for herding and raising llamas and alpacas. So, as a result of this verticality, though, cities in the Andes were small in comparison to other cities, usually. And while Inca populations remained quite large as a whole, though, because they created these vertical archipelagos of settlements, with colonial towns that were responsible for growing specific crops or other commodities, which were directed by larger communities at different elevations. Meanwhile, people living in the Pacific coast lived in larger cities generally than in the Andes, but were more economically specialized too, though. Fishing and other maritime activities continued to dominate here as opposed to agriculture, though in areas where irrigation canals were built, agriculture was, of course, still very important. Coastal communities within the Inca orbit were generally specialized as well towards various crafts like metallurgy, textiles, woodworking, ceramics, salt production, dyeing, and brewing beer were all possibilities. The Inca collected tax revenue in the form of labor, not money or crops. Political officers were responsible for collecting accurate census information on the number of able-bodied workers and resources. Then those workers were put to work for the empire for the portion of the year. This service to the state was known as the mita. Of course, the Incas themselves were exempt from the labor tax, as were other nobles and their important servants. So too were any other political officers and administrators who were responsible for the administration of 100 or more men. And in fact, all of these people were supported by a portion of the labor tax that the people they administered. The Inca had plenty of land for taxpayers to work, too, in part because they conquered so much of western South America, and in part because whenever they did conquer any region, they divided it into 3 parts. One for the people, another for the state religion, and a third for the services of the emperor. Most people paid the mita by performing agricultural work in these fields. Seed, tools, fertilizer, and other provisions were provided by the state taxpayers. Taxpayers only provided the labor to work these fields. They did not provide the tools, I should say. They also took care of farmland associated with nearby huacas and religious sites. And basically, they tended their own lands thirdly in importance. Lots of various individual Inca nobles, though, also owned estates throughout the empire as well, including extravagant noble estates like Machu Picchu. These were privately owned and tended by a noble's servants and were developed as private sources of revenue, as well as country retreats. They were necessary in the Inca system as a means for the Inca to underwrite the cost of ruling such a large empire, because emperors were expected to be generous and provide feasts, beer, and to give valuable gifts to important allies. In addition, no Inca ruler inherited his wealth. he had to generate it himself. Because when an important Inca died and was mummified, he continued to own all the things he'd owned in life. So vast territories were owned by dead emperors, and this became very burdensome over time because it meant that the empire had to continually expand. The fact that so much land was required for religious purposes is related to the fact that there were so many huacas, which were often treated the same way as people, and depending upon their size, fame, and prestige, could require quite a bit of resources in order to sustain their priests and priestesses. Some of the largest shrines on the Pacific coast were extremely wealthy organizations, and their income was as great as that of a lot of the Inca nobility. At any rate, not everyone taxed to pay the mita were farmers. There were a lot of people also who were put to work looking over the vast herds of llamas and alpacas in the highlands, as well as turning llamas into meat, leather, and tallow. More important than any of that was turning wool into textiles. And in fact, the manufacture of cloth was extremely important in the ancient age. It was extremely important everywhere. But as you can imagine, in addition to wool, cotton was very important as well. Lots of women were basically put to work paying the tax making textiles. Textiles, in fact, was so important to Inca culture that an entire class of women, the alcalas, or chosen women, were kept in convents that were basically factories for creating the finest cloth to be used by the emperor and other high-status folk. The Inca state also raised armies, both to defend and to expand the empire via the mita labor tax. In addition, monumental public works required thousands of workers, and so canals, roads, palaces, temples, and administrative centers were also built with the mita. The mita functioned such that only a few men from each administrative unit labored for the mita at any given time. So sufficient labor was also kept in the provinces to maintain local economies. If the work was especially difficult, like, say, working in a mine, then Inca workers were rotated at shorter intervals. Outstanding service was rewarded, even if the mita was a form of coerced labor. And so if you were a part of a victorious army, per se, you might be rewarded with a supply of cloth or some other valuable good. One last point I should mention is that the mita was also a good way for the Inca to keep their population too busy to worry about starting a revolt. Now, the capital of the massive empire was Cuzco, a literal physical manifestation of Inca belief. It was located 3,400 meters above sea level and was small by the standards of most cities elsewhere, especially, say, Mesoamerica or on the coast. The population of Cuzco was only about 20,000 people. Several thousand more lived in communities nearby, which surrounded the city, but remarkably, this city, it wasn't exactly small by Andean standards, though. It ruled an empire the size of the Western Roman Empire. Now, Cuzco translates as the navel of the universe. And the four quarters of the Inca Empire all converged there by means of the four major roads which met at Cuzco and led to the provinces. Plazas divided Cuzco into two halves, Hanan and Hurin, upper and lower. Cuzco was built around the two principles most important to the Inca, dualism and unification. The city was a holy site, itself a gigantic huaca. Within the city and outwards into the Cuzco Valley, there were 328 more sacred huacas that served as places of worship. This is the main reason why not just anyone could live at Cuzco. The Inca capital was a place where the Inca elite intertwined with the rest of the universe. It was a divine place. As the sacred city, it was occupied only by this empire's rulers, the priests of the temples, and those who supported them. The ruler and his family had hundreds of servants and courtiers. The descendants of the dead kings lived in the city and maintained the royal mummy cult. And other compounds housed the priests and their retainers. Other residents included powerful nobles, like generals, administrators, and engineers. Some of these were not Inca by birth, but instead by privilege, and had been granted the right to live in Cuzco as a result of their acquiescing to Inca rule. Other foreigners in the city included the sons and daughters of conquered chiefs and rulers, who lived as royal hostages. Finally, a variety of skilled artisans, including weavers, potters, chicha brewers, metalworkers, and other craftspeople, created all sorts of elegant objects for use by the nobility. But anyone else was strictly forbidden from remaining in the city after sunset. Now, Inca architecture shared certain elements. For example, all residents of Inca cities lived in conchas. A concha was a rectangular walled compound that held buildings inside it and surrounded a central patio. Obviously, Cuzco was filled of conchas, and they likewise appeared in Inca colonies or in provinces where local elites sought to emulate the Inca. The conchas had trapezoidal doorways, windows, and niches with distinctive sloping roofs. The building materials, though, varied. In places where stone was rare, adobe brick was used, but in the highlands, stone was the preferred material. The Inca's ability, in fact, to work with large stone was incredible. It amazed later Spanish witnesses. The Inca worked with stone blocks that could be as large as 8 meters tall, and some of which weighed in excess of 100 tons. But which might be quarried as much as 35 kilometers away from the construction site. That they did this without iron tools, wheeled vehicles, and draft animals is what particularly amazed the Spanish. According to the Spanish, no ancient aliens were required, just Inca work crews, who worked in rotations to do the work. 4,000 Inca workers cut and quarried stones, while 6,000 more worked with great cables of leather and hemp to move them to the construction site. Another work crew was responsible for digging ditches and laying foundations for the work. Now, some walls were made without mortar, which shows the impressive skill of Inca stonemasons for their ability to shape and fit single blocks of stone together. And that had a purpose, too, because it gave those buildings the strength to resist powerful earthquakes. Now, perhaps the greatest example of the Inca mastery of the earth can be seen at Machu Picchu. An elegant construction. It's just a small palace, and would be unremarkable in comparison to other larger Inca ruins. Except Machu Picchu exists on the top of a tall ledge, on the edge of a cliff leading to a river below. Another spectacular Inca creation is Coricancha, the so-called golden enclosure. A tremendous amount of golden objects inside that was famously ransacked by the Spanish. But to the Inca, the contents of the Garden of the Sun were just as important, which was a sacred garden where they grew a variety of corn with a very fine golden color and that was dedicated to the sun. Temples existed inside the Coricancha as well, to the sun, to the creator god Viracocha, to the thunder and the stars. The high priest of the sun oversaw an organization consisting of 200 men and 500 women, who had many responsibilities, the most important being the offerings of llama meat, maize, and chicha to the sun as an offering. This was done in sun temples throughout the empire. The sun wasn't the only object in the universe getting such treats either. Other huacas, like the royal mummies, received sacrificial gifts of food and drink at various festivals and ceremonies. The most important of these was called the Situa, an event which took place over several days and included processions and displays of royal mummies, prayers, sacrifices, and feastings. Participants, during the course of the holiday, promised to never swear against the Creator, or the sun, or the thunder, and never to be traitors to their lord the Inca. The Situa, or at least some aspects of it, seem to have predated Inca rule, if you ask me, judging by the fact that it seems that both nobles and commoners celebrated it alike, especially it may have been very ancient. But non-Inca people in the Inca orbit also celebrated it as well. But the Inca also used it ceremonially to express their descent from the sun specifically, and to use it to teach that rebellion against the Inca ruler was akin to sinning against the sun. And so the Inca had their own different flavor to what seems to be an ancient ritual, the Situa, and used it to reward loyal subjects and to justify their rule. Now, so with all of that, if understanding Cuzco is a relatively straightforward thing to do, it's a little more difficult to understand how Inca society operated in the provinces. For one, the Inca had an awful lot of provinces. But also they used all number of strategies to obtain political control over various peoples of South America. A lot about how Inca rule operated was related to whatever was going on in whatever province they were in when they took it over. For example, in the province of Chincha, the Inca took advantage of the pre-existing centralization that existed there locally. The kingdom of Chincha was ruled from the capital of La Centinela, and when the Inca took over, they built an Inca-style complex out of adobe bricks, along with a plaza and a staircase, which led to the already existing pyramid at La Centinela. The Inca co-opted the pyramid and the associated oracle at the top of the pyramid. And simultaneously, by just not tearing it down, they still recognized local rulers. The new Inca-style palace and temple complex sat attached to the opposite end of the plaza, while the staircase and the other side gave them access to the Holy Pyramid at La Centinela. And in doing this, the Inca simultaneously divided La Centinela into two halves, recreating a Hurin and Hanan halves that was so important to their religion. And so you can see how the Inca kind of co-opted the Chincha rulers and simultaneously transformed the city into an Inca-style city. At the same time, though, Inca rule didn't really lay a whole lot of lasting influence on most of the local population in Chincha. Chincha was a large coastal kingdom brought peacefully into the empire. Inca control in the upper Montaro Valley, a province in the central Andes, came about very differently, though. The upper Montaro Valley is about 400 kilometers away from Cuzco and was occupied by two major ethnic groups, the northern Wawas and the southern Huancas, and they formed a handful of competing chiefdoms who totaled perhaps something like 60,000 people. In places like Chincha, the Inca strategy was to overwhelm and divide a single, powerful, unified society. In the upper Montaro Valley, the Inca sought to centralize power within the region. When the Inca arrived, the two largest cities were Hatunmara, with a population of perhaps 11,000, and Tunamarca, with a population of perhaps 13,000. They were both centers for elites, perched on ridge tops and cordoned by walls. After the Inca arrived, things changed. They defeated the local resistance and then simply planted themselves in the middle of the broad valley and built a new city called Hatunwawa. Inca strength, I have no idea if I pronounced it right. It has X's in it, I don't know. Inca strength meant they did not need to perch their city on a defensible ridgetop at any rate. I am more certain about that. And the fact that they would build such a city is an indication of their self-confidence in their ability to conquer. Before the Inca conquest, the denizens of the Hatunmara and Tunamarca were much wealthier than the other communities in the valley. But afterwards, the fortunes of these local elites changed. Now, they still lived in their really nice houses with their really fine pottery and all, but otherwise the differences in wealth disappeared between the old elite and the new. That's because the Incas completely bypassed the local elites at the upper Montaro Valley, making them essentially just as poor as commoners. They took all the agricultural surpluses for themselves, as well as other sources of wealth for their own imperial structure. Hatunwaha contained 2,000 storehouses, where the Inca stocked grains, livestock, and clothing, as well as other goods. In the central Peruvian Andes, the Inca built 497 such storehouses. In far-flung Cochabamba, which is a province in Bolivia, they built 2,000. Now, this strategy of building thousands and thousands of Inca storerooms was one that was replicated in multiple locations in the Inca Empire. Storage was pivotal to Inca statecraft. The storerooms contained food, weapons, cloth, and agricultural tools. There were storerooms that held ceremonial items, weapons and armor for war, and provisions for both elites and work crews. Their creation was absolutely essential for the strategic expansion of the empire. And in fact, so many Inca storerooms are near Inca settlements and along the Inca Road that archaeologists who specialize in studying the Inca have coined the term staple finance to describe the Inca economy and its reliance on stored resources. The Inca were able to oversee such a massive system of labor and storage via their use of not just the Maita, but also a decimal number system. Inca populations were organized into a hierarchy of households. Each level of hierarchy had someone with a special job of tribute payer, such that a variety of imperial positions existed to ensure this took place. A chunga was someone responsible for the tribute of 10 households. A Pisa Chunga was responsible for 50. The Pachaca was responsible for 100. The Pisa Pachaca, 500. The Goranga, 1,000. The Pisa Goranga, 5,000. And finally, the Huno was responsible for 10,000. The Incas conducted regular censuses to make sure that the system remained consistent and flexible. Now, another way the Inca remained in control of their empire was through the Inca Highway, a piece of Inca infrastructure that was critical to the success of the empire and consists of a remarkable 40,000 kilometers of roads. It was called the Capac Ñan and was comprised of two main north-south trunk roads, a coastal route, and a highland route. These were cross-connected by a network of shorter highways that linked all the Inca provinces into one large system. Use of the highways was restricted to official imperial business. Commoners were forbidden from traveling on it without permission. The width of the highways varied from 1 to 4 meters. Because the Inca had no wheeled vehicles, they include precipitous climbs and drops. Extensive switchbacks are used to gain altitude over short distances on the Capac Ñan. Raised causeways were built over marshlands and bogs, and the highways include drainage systems with gutters and culverts, and sometimes low walls to keep the margins of the road free from wind-borne sand or other obstacles. Bridges of various types were also an important part of the highway system, including the famous suspension bridges, which were made from ichu grass rope. Local populations were responsible for upkeeping and maintaining bridges and highways, as well as supplying the way stations that existed every 22 kilometers along the road, and which allowed all official travelers provisions, lodging, and other supplies. The Inca postal system was intimately tied to the Inca highway system. Relay runners were stationed along the road at intervals of every 1.4 kilometers. This enabled the fastest possible relay of messages. The Sapa Inca used this system of runners, the Sapa Inca being the emperor, to do things like dine on fresh fish from the Pacific Ocean. The Inca also invested heavily in farming projects. A huge amount of energy and resources were used to create new fields through the construction mainly of agricultural terraces. The same technology that the Inca also used to create the famous royal estates like Machu Picchu, Chinchero, Pisac, and Ollantaytambo. Terracing is a sophisticated technology. It requires building elaborate foundations into the sides of mountains. These are topped with stone retaining walls, so the topsoil can then be carried up the terrace from lower elevations to provide a level surface for growing crops or for construction. The Inca also built elaborate and sophisticated canal systems to feed into many terraces. Reservoirs were built to control and store water. Ultimately, many of the Inca stone-lined canals that brought water into Inca cities led to carved stone fountains, where jetting streams of water were used to fill jars and other containers, while the basins below provided water for washing. The Inca forced people to be relocated nearer to raw materials or to large-scale storage complexes. Relocated colonies of people were known as mitimes. They might be established for different reasons. Some were established because the Inca had an economic or political need. Others because the Inca wished to punish a rebellious people. The best and most ruthless example of this is when the Incas conquered the Titicaca Basin. At the time, two rival kingdoms, Cola and Lupaca, were at war. When the Inca invaded, the Colas resisted and they were destroyed. Lupaca surrendered, As a result of this, and no matter the surrender, the Inca ruthlessly expelled and replaced the local population all across the basin. They were replaced by groups from 42 different regions of the empire, whose original homelands ranged from northern Ecuador to northern Chile. Some of the most important duties of these new mitimays in the Titicaca Basin were to maintain important religious shrines and huacas in the basin, especially the temples of the sun and the moon. So some of the colonists moving into the basin were being rewarded with important duties. On the other hand, kicking out the local colas and the lupacas was really nothing more than a punishment, designed to remove potentially rebellious locals and to intimidate other nearby populations. After conquering the southern highlands of Ecuador, the Inca responded to a rebellion there harshly. After defeating local resistance, the Inca forced the surviving population to quarry a number of gigantic andesite blocks that each weighed between 440 and 1,450 pounds, and forced them to carry the stone blocks through the Andes from the quarry site, about 40 kilometers south of Cuzco, all the way back to where the rebellion started. That's a distance of roughly 1,600 kilometers. The Inca wanted to solidify their northern conquests, but they also used projects like this to punish rebels and to display their power. The sight of watching thousands of men struggle to carry massive stones to the highlands from Cuzco to Ecuador was exactly the sort of thing that made people rethink any potential rebellions against their emperor. Now, the edges of the Inca Empire are a bit murky. As powerful as the Inca were, they were not omnipotent. And as large as the empire was, it was not infinite. So, too, is our knowledge of the Inca flawed. It's believed that the northern border of the Inca was at the Colombia-Ecuador border. But some archaeologists believe Inca armies raided into Colombia on at least a few different occasions, and they just failed to hold the territory. In contrast, numerous fortresses were built in northern Ecuador, both by the Inca and by resistant local chiefdoms. One of them, the Cayambe, resisted the Inca successfully for 17 years before being defeated. It was perhaps the most costly of all Inca military ventures. Ecuador was strongly held by the Inca, but they never established roads or major administrative centers there. They were unable to conquer the coast. The chiefdoms there defeated the Inca soundly, and they were forced to retreat back to the highlands. In coastal Ecuador, the history is not that of Inca conquest, but rather of successful resistance and then eventual accommodation. Resistance to Inca rule didn't just occur at the edges of empire either. The Inca built a giant provincial center out of adobe bricks in northern Peru, called the Cabeza de Vaca site. It was burned to the ground by the residents of the nearby Gulf of Guayaquil, despite the Inca presence. Even less certain is the eastern borders of the empire. In fact, it's possible that the eastern frontier was just permeable. At any rate, in some regions, the Inca Empire was linked with lowland communities through trade. Long-distance traders, known as Mindales, were sponsored by elites from chiefdoms to the east, and they traded within the empire. Mindales were free from the Mita obligation. They held a distinctive status. Instead of labor, they paid tribute with beads and cotton cloth. Of particular value to the Mindales and to the elites who sent them from, the Amazonian basin, were beads made from rare coastal shells, like the Spondylus shell, though they also dealt heavily in gold, silver, coca, and salt. Trade routes existed along several points of the Andean Amazonian border. Now, that didn't mean, though, that the Inca didn't show force and power in the east, in some places at least. They had a tight hold on the border at a region called Chachapoya, which occupied a cloud forest region, which was ultimately dominated by the Inca after repeated rebellions against their attempted rule. The local Chachapoya chiefdoms united in resistance against the Inca when the Inca originally invaded. And it took 60 years for the Inca to ultimately defeat the Chachapoyas. And when that did finally happen, the Inca banished huge numbers of local people into distant colonies. forcibly resettling the vanquished cloud forest dwellers, as they had done to the residents of the Titicaca Basin. In other places, long held by the Inca, their mark of the rule was even more extensive. In Bolivia, northern Chile, and in northwest Argentina, Inca conquest may have occurred as early as the start of the 14th century. A century later, most of the local populations in these places were living their lives in very Inca fashion, in Inca-style cities and towns. The creation of all of this empire in its various forms was made possible by the Inca army. Warfare was a primary occupation for the highest-ranking nobility in the Inca world. All young Inca males were trained in military arts as part of their basic education. Each ruler was expected to expand the empire and to demonstrate he was worthy of being a commander. In fact, when the emperor died, since he kept all of his wealth, the new emperor, or Sapa Inca, basically had to go about engaging in successful conquest to acquire his own wealth. The Inca generals came from the ranks of the emperor's brothers, uncles, and sons, and so were also therefore potential rivals. Sending them out to campaign against the enemy could be dangerous for the emperor, since success on the frontier might also embolden a powerful general to revolt. Inca Pachacute executed his general Capac Yupanqui because his successes on the battlefield were so great that they threatened Pachacute's power on the throne. The size of the Inca armies was large even by modern standards. It was made possible by the Mita system and the incredible logistical capability of the Inca. On various occasions, the Inca raised armies which numbered between 35 and 140,000 men, sometimes as several large armies operating in the field at once. Maneuvering so large of forces required phenomenal organizational capability. That the Inca were able to do so without seriously disrupting the entirety of their economy was a testament to the success of the Inca strategy of building storage facilities throughout the empire. Most Inca officers were basically professional soldiers, but the actual forces they controlled were generally men fighting as part of their Mita service. Troops fought in divisions of different sizes and were organized based on their ethnic and linguistic origins. Troops from the most recent conquests of the empire, always being in the front lines, of course. Inca armies used a variety of weapons. Perhaps the most common were the sling or the bow and arrow. Others used spear throwers, darts, and sometimes bolas at short distances. Missile weapons were a very common tactic. In fact, even just throwing and rolling stones down from higher positions onto attackers were common tactics. In close quarters, a short club called the champi, which had a heavy weight on one end, was very common. It essentially looked like a star-shaped mace with a head made of bronze or stone with projecting knobs around it. Another Inca club was called the macana. It was shaped like a wooden two-handed sword, and various battle axes, halberds, and spears were also used. And with all of that said about the Inca frontiers and the Inca army, as you might imagine, the empire was composed of hundreds of different ethnic and tribal groups who spoke all sorts of different languages. So very few of the people who comprised the Inca Empire were actually Incas. Membership to the Inca was based on blood relationships, and perhaps 40,000 Inca people ruled an empire of 14 million people. And the fundamental underpinnings of Andean society was that it rested on kin-based societies, and these were divided into halves or moieties, what the Inca called Hurin and Hanan. Hereditary rulers called curacas ruled each halves, and though one of the two paired curacas always took precedence in like a city over one another, each one also had a really important assistant. So basically, in any Andean town, there were basically 4 top offices governing each community. Local curacas varied in power depending on the size of the group they ruled, and they were basically considered to be nobles by the Inca. And they incorporated these pre-existing social arrangements into their imperial structure. These polities, it's sort of hard to describe Andean polities sometimes because the whole vertical thing, where there's colonies all over the place sometimes, but at any rate, the Inca term for these polities are called aylus. It's something sort of like maybe a clan. And because Ailus were based upon descent from sometimes a mythical ancestor, and at any rate, Ailus collectively owned specific territories, along with water rights, and they annually redistributed land amongst the membership of the Ailu on the basis of their need. So if you had a baby, you get a little more land. Grandpa died, well, you don't need quite so much, and your neighbor just had a baby. Ailus were often paired together into moieties in many Andean communities, including Cuzco. So that's where you get the Hanan and the Hurin halves of Indian society. The Inca overlaid their imperial infrastructure over this. So essentially there were three basic social classes: common folk, basically mostly everyone; curacas, who were the local nobles who ruled over commoners at different settlements; and the Inca themselves, who ruled over the curacas and the entire empire. And with that said, there were also a number of specialist classes as well. But first, the Inca commoners, who were primarily farmers and herders, and they didn't have a whole lot of rights. They could own no gold or silver. They could own no more than 10 head of livestock, and they could not wear valuable clothing. They were told what to eat, who to marry. They didn't even control, always, the lives of their children. But the Inca made sure that they were efficiently governed and they cared for by their local curacas. Common people were the principal source of the Mita labor tax and the source of wealth production for the state. Their value was keenly felt, and they were actually well kept. The curacas themselves, they were the class of people who were sometimes, more often than not, trouble. For the Inca anyway. Because they were made up by officials charged with governing 100 or more people within the Inca decimal administrative system. This was a hereditary class, passed on to by succeeding generations, and included groups of rulers conquered by the Incas. Curacas acted as judges, they were exempt from the Mita, they received a salary, and were assigned servants. They had the right to be carried on a litter or a hammock. Well-performing Curacas were rewarded with secondary wives, land, fine cloth, gold and silver, and animals. At any rate, the class of Inca was subdivided. Above this was the class of Inca, and that was subdivided into three parts: Hahua Inca, Capac Inca, and the Sapa Inca. Now, the Spanish never entirely understood what Inca really meant. They thought it was sort of like a title, like the word king, and perhaps it was handed down through the generations. The first use in the Inca records is with the sixth ruler, who took the name Inca Roca. Perhaps it was introduced so it might have been introduced during his reign. It's possible that it was a family or a personal name that came to mean ruler, in the same way that Caesar came to mean emperor. But Inca had another similar title in the name Capac, which is also a little unclear in meaning. It's a word that was a title, whose meaning was a status higher than king. The Capac Inca were pure ethnic Incas. They were believed to have descended from the Inca founder Manco Capac and held all the highest posts of the empire. They wore special insignia, like large ear ornaments called earplugs. These were placed in the lobes of their pierced ears, and they wore their hair very short. Once the emperor became too large to govern just by Capac Incas, however, the emperor Pachacuti made Incas out of the neighboring groups to Cuzco who spoke Quechua. These were known as Hahua Incas, Incas by adoption and privilege. They were allowed to wear golden earplugs, but Hahua Inca could never become emperor. Then there was the emperor himself, or the Sapa Inca, who was believed to be a semi-divine son of the sun god Inti. As such, he held ultimate authority in the empire. Sapa Inca translates roughly to unique or only Inca. He spoke in low tones, was carried in an elaborate litter. He held court from behind a screen cloth. No one was allowed to look at the Sapa Inca in the face. Even nobles removed their shoes and carried a token burden on their backs before approaching him on business. He was attended by servants and women and enjoyed all of the life's finest things. The Sapa Inca took numerous wives and concubines in the later reigns. And in the later reigns, it was custom for one of the emperor's wives to be one of his full sisters in order to keep the Capac Inca bloodline intact, and which is disgusting. The descendants of each emperor formed their own small institution called the Panakas, in effect creating royal aylus that functioned to preserve and protect the dead emperor's mummies. Panakas preserved and celebrated the memories of the emperors. They wined and dined the emperors. They kept the emperors as comfortable as possible. The emperor's Panaka kept all the emperor's wealth after he died, and so they were very powerful political institutions. The selection of each new emperor was negotiated among the different Panakas. No emperor could effectively rule without their consent. By the time of the Spanish conquest, there were 11 Panakas, and they operated in a system of reverse seniority, wherein the most important and powerful was that of the most recently deceased emperor. Another of other small classes existed in the Inca world as well, such as the Yanacona, who functioned as important servants to Inca elites, in a way that represented one of the very best paths to upward mobility in the Inca Empire. The best and most able people in the provinces of the empire were recruited to jobs and positions that required skill and ability, and sometimes of great importance. Sometimes even these people could become curacas. Another class were the alcaldes. These were, like I said, a class of chosen women. They were selected between the age of 10 and 12 based on being beautiful, and were divided into several different types of alcaldes. After being taken to Cuzco, the highest ranking were young women of Inca blood who were consecrated as virgins to the sun god Inti, and where they spent their days tending the temples of the sun god. The next ranking class were the next most beautiful girls, apparently, who were selected as possible potential secondary wives of the emperor, or as rewards to various curacas and other important officials. Other alcaldes became servants or musicians or singers, and no matter which of those things the alcalde was chosen to do, be it wife or servant, they spent most of their days weaving fine cloth for use at the Inca court, because life as a woman was great back in the day. Alcalde women engaged in spinning and weaving cloth. And they weren't the only specialists in the Inca, though. There were camayos as well, who were specialists with particular skills. Camayos specialized in metalsmithing or pottery making, or they possessed skills like engineering. But they didn't form any sort of middle class. Instead, they worked directly for various Inca rulers or nobles. Now, many have argued that the Inca created this empire without a writing system. That's completely false. It's just that the Inca used a system of record keeping, which was far more advanced than that developed anywhere else on Earth. Two-dimensional hieroglyphics and symbols were used by every other culture on Earth, but in South America, from at least the time of the Wari Empire, records were kept on complex 3D systems of knotted cords called quipus by the Inca. Quipus basically consist of one thick primary cord, and from which of that cord a variety of various strings dangled from it. The thick cord basically acts as a piece of paper, and the strings which are attached to it had knots and twists at various places, and they would be different colored, and all of that translated into information. At the present, the only thing we know about the quipus is that some of them had a religious purpose, and some others were for numerical record keeping, probably tax lists, but we don't know. Back in the days of the Inca, there were specialized scribes who created and read these documents, which in all likelihood were far more complicated than I have described. At any rate, there are people much smarter than I am trying to decode them, so who knows? There are about 800 of them known to be still in existence today, though in the aftermath of Spanish conquest and smallpox and other disease, all knowledge of how to read them was lost. But it is clear from Spanish accounts that the various combinations of strings, twists, colors, and knots encoded specific sets of information. The quipus were read. They were not memory aids. Now, Inca, and in fact more broadly, Andean religious beliefs were, as I mentioned, focused on worship of the sun god and the creator deity, as well as a number of others. But in other ways, their religion was decidedly local. Homage and respect was paid to the local huacas in one's life in the Inca world. So specific shrines, landscape features, burial mounds, graveyards, even specific mummies, all of these were worshipped by specific people in specific places. Beyond anything else, Inca religious beliefs, and Andean religious beliefs, and really almost all Native American religious beliefs, they tied people to a homeland. And they specifically differ from a lot of old world religions in that way. But at any rate, religious practitioners in the Inca world fell into one of three roles. Priests, who took care of temples or various huacas. They conducted various cemeteries and had other duties, including speaking for the temple, for the Inca deities in which they served. There were shamans, who were healers. These could be men or women, and were paid in food, cloth, and silver, in exchange for the practical and spiritual knowledge of medicines and herbal remedies which they possessed. Shamans in South America, and as a general statement, had extensive knowledge of all sorts of spells and even poisons, and for that reason, the Inca made killing by means of witchcraft a criminal offense. Sorcerers were also important. These were figures who could read signs to help predict the future. Sorcery was performed by both men and women who were too old to work. They required a sacrifice for their performance, which provided income to sustain them, and in return they would read fortunes by reading grains of maize or beans, or by releasing giant fucking spiders out of jars and then examining the position of their legs, and that's fucking terrifying. Spiders are scary. the Inca believed, as many Americans did, that the universe worked in cycles. They made offerings to ensure these cycles worked well. One way they did this was to offer objects made from either gold or silver, or the rare spondylus shells. These would be made to highland lakes and springs, snow-capped mountains, things like that. Andean peoples also practiced human sacrifice on a far lesser scale than in Mesoamerica. But 1,000 pure, unblemished children were reportedly sacrificed whenever the Inca emperor died in order to serve him in the afterlife. These were buried, thrown into the sea, or killed on top of a mountain. In addition, the Inca also sacrificed children in times of devastating natural disasters. But most Inca sacrifices came in the form of crops and animals. During the year, a variety of ceremonies called for the sacrifices to gods and important huacas. Sacrifices were also income for the priests, who divided each sacrifice in half. They kept part for themselves and gave the other half to the gods or the sacred huaca. The most common sacrifices were llamas, guinea pigs, other types of food, and beer. Llamas in particular were chosen for various holy days based on their color, markings, or wool. You could even say that the Inca were like the Aztecs of llama sacrifice, because they would sacrifice them so often. Mummies were also very important in the Inca world. And in fact, they were some of the most important huacas to the Inca and other Andean people. Mummification was not for everyone. Most people were buried just with whatever grave goods they acquired in life. But people who were mummified, almost always political leaders of some level, were revered as important ancestral figures. They had a great deal of supernatural power over food, clothing, land tenure rights, health, fertility, and water supply. This meant that the loss or destruction of an ancestral huaca, a mummified huaca, could imperil the survival of an Ayllu. And so one part of the Inca means of building their empire was the physical taking of mummies of subjected peoples back to Cuzco for safekeeping, of course. Mummified individuals without great power or wealth might simply have their bodies dried, placed in a cave or a specially constructed small house, and then periodically visited by living relatives who would consult their mummified ancestors as oracles on all sorts of matters. The mummies of Inca emperors got more, though, than just a little house. Great effort was made to preserve the bodies of the emperor. That involved the internal organs of the dead emperor being removed and then placed in a special container. Then the whole body would be dried until desiccated. Once prepared thus, the mummy was dressed in fine clothing and reinstalled in the palace he once occupied in life. He was in fact treated as if he were very much still alive. He owned all of his property and estates, and which was kept for him by his descendants. Now, and if you find all of this a bit odd, you should know, too, that mummified Inca emperors were also fed each day as if they were alive, as well as given drink and entertainment. They attended important state cemeteries. They visited their friends and relatives. The mummies of powerful warriors or generals were brought out during times of war and paraded about before battles. And I'm reminded of the famous statue of Iwo Jima, where U.S. Marines are putting up this U.S. flag because symbolically it's very encouraging. And the mere sight of the flag can provide a morale boost to soldiers. And Inca mummies provided that same sort of encouragement. Mummies gave their supernatural powers to the troops fighting under them. And I just want to make sure that you know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, imagine if you were about to go into battle and you were parading about with your fucking grandfather before the battle to obtain his magical power. Because that is what I'm talking about. Now, ultimately, the power of the mummified Inca emperors contributed to a lot of problems, though, since each emperor had to conquer new lands, because this eventually made the emperor difficult to govern, as emperors spent large amounts of time on campaigns far from Cuzco. Now, in part, because of the fact that quipus have not been translated, there's a lot that could be made more clear about the Inca. For example, we know they had some very advanced mathematics, based solely on their ability at civil engineering. But we don't know much about what they knew about the cosmos, for example. Did they have a finely tuned calendar like the people of Mesoamerica? I think it's likely that they did, judging by their knowledge of math, as well as by some of their mythological lore, which is focused on observations made about the sun and the moon, the stars and the planets, but we don't know for sure. Now, I could keep going on and on about the Inca, to be honest. But as all things do, this episode, and with it, this series must end. Now, I hope you've enjoyed it. I know I've enjoyed creating this series. And beyond that, I think this series is maybe the most important one I'll ever do. I say that even though there's a part of me that realizes I sort of went down the fucking rabbit hole with these last 4 episodes. I mean, going back 15,000 years, if not more, in time is not exactly the most efficient way to get started talking about life in the Atlantic world after 1492. I am aware of that. And believe me, I've been dying to get back to the conquistadors. Because as villainous as they were, it's a lot of fun to talk about them. But there simply wasn't any way for me to do this podcast without doing this series first. This series is important. And it's not just because not a lot of people, I think, know about a lot of the cultures we've discussed in the last 4 episodes. I mean, that is one reason the series is necessary. Just to give everyone here a good background, including myself, of the Americas, so we're not going to be as confused as a lot of the Spanish conquistadors will be when they arrive. But beyond that, there's an awful lot we can learn from studying different Native American societies. I mean, I honestly do believe we are at the beginning of a period of great societal transition of ourselves. And the more we know about how the bewildering number of different kinds of societies and cultures and societies that existed in the Americas and how they operated, I think can help us make better choices in the future. I mean, studying Native American societies can teach us that part of the solution to climate change is that we must begin to see the world in which we live, I think, as a sacred place. In doing so, we can at least adapt ourselves better to a changing environment, like the Majorca. Perhaps we might even use floodwaters to our advantage. Studying these societies lays bare what is missing, I think, in our modern colonized society. Studying the American past shows us alternative ways of living, Some of them are wonderful. Some of them are terrible. Some just foreign and fascinating. I think it would be pretty effing awesome if we brought back the practice of mummification. I mean, you could set up Grandpa in the living room and have chats with him. But mummies probably don't need to have property, to be honest. I mean, with that said, the Andean technique of ritual entombment, where old buildings and pyramids and temples would be buried and replaced with larger structures, allowed for the Inca and other Andean peoples to simultaneously replace old, outdated structures with newer ones that could continue while they still continued to respect the older structures. Now, you call me impractical if you want, but I would posit that ritual entombment techniques could be used to replace the Confederate statues here in the United States. Speaking of that, maybe we could take a note from the Inca, who's the meta for everything that it sounds not all that great all the time. Definitely provided everybody in the empire with a sense of common purpose and service towards something. If we're going to live in the United States of America, an empire of our own, maybe we should engage in a similar type of service. At any rate, in a similar vein, I'm not against the idea of some sort of ball game, be it football or basketball or baseball, or it could vary for the season for all I care. At any rate, if sports had consequences beyond just winning and losing money, what if instead of every 4 years, instead of voting, we all just watched two politicians or two teams of politicians perform a physical activity in competition with one another to see who gets to rule or whether or not some law gets passed? I'll be honest, that would be amazing in my opinion. No system is perfect. But it seems to me, even if your team got its ass kicked sometimes, you could always get them back next time, as they say. And this would be a non-violent or mostly non-violent solution to problems. And a potentially amusing one, too. Seriously, can you imagine if the fucking Senate literally had to field a pair of basketball teams in the middle of the day? Can you imagine the pride you would have for the people you put into office when you turned on C-SPAN and the senator of your home state is just out there gobbling up rebounds, being a monster on defense? This is seriously something worth seriously considering. Instead of voting for two senators from each state, each person would pick a moiety, a side, and each side gets 50 people, and then you do your vote based on that. But once they're in office, you got to have your 8-on-8 football team, American football, for those of you not living in the United States, because I live in the United States. That's 16 people on each side for offense and defense. 8 backups in as well, because football's a violent sport. So that's 24 politicians per each side. But we'll also do basketball. I think we'll go with 7 on each side. Just spitballing here. That's 31 apiece. We're going to need a baseball team, say 12. Okay, that's 43. And at least 7 more per side. And that would be great for a hockey team. Maybe we'll tweak it. Hockey can be a little violent too. Maybe one extra politician from somewhere else. At any rate, we'll tweak it. Boom. Think about how awesome that would be. I am 100% serious about this, by the way. It's not a perfect system, like I said. But it enabled people like the Arawak to develop what archaeologists call non-predatory societies. For the love of the Pearl Mother. We could all use a little more of that, can't we? Anyway, therefore, for things like that, studying Native Americans helps us understand that human beings can decide for themselves what is sacred, what's important, and that human beings, people just like you and I, can share these sacred concepts. We can share important knowledge with others, because by studying these pre-contact indigenous societies, we can see how important it is to share this sacred knowledge with others, to build clans. And clans are important. We're going to discover that as the series progresses from here. Because between all the disease and the genocide that is about to hit the Americas in 1492, some of these cultures that we've discussed will disappear or change so much as to be unrecognizable. Many that do collapse, in fact, get reconstituted as new entities, and the ties that bind clans together serve as the backbone for these new indigenous societies. which in many cases survive, even though they face extraordinary odds. And that's the final reason I thought it was so important to do this series. The story of the history of the Americas is fascinating. We can learn a lot from it. But with that said, it is very much the history of people who are still here. The story of the history of America has many holes in it, many gaps in knowledge, and for the reasons of a lack of data, and that's frustrating to me, and that's okay, though. If history has a few mysteries, then let that serve to increase our interest in learning about the past. But to be honest, much of what we know of early American history comes from the fact that living people's ancestors were dug up and put in museums, and things worse than that. Archaeology does not have the most savory past. It has a seedy underbelly to it. So, the reason I did this story was kind of to trick you into telling you this. I need to tell you that the people of the Americas are still here. They want you to notice them, and some of them even need your help. I mean, if you want to buy some cool Indian artifacts, please do not buy something that might have been stolen out of someone's grave, or something that was just could have been made by anybody. I mean, visit a reservation, or at least the Etsy page of an indigenous artist, and buy authentic indigenous art. You'll feel good about yourself, and you will help out a community which might need some help. You can do more than that, too. If you're a young person looking for a career or a potential future career, I simply must remind you or tell you that there are many reservations that need help in the form of teachers, doctors, nurses. You can make a real difference in an underserved community by doing something like that. There are groups like the Lakota at Standing Rock Reservation, or indigenous groups in the Brazilian rainforest, who need more than that, who need financial and legal help to preserve their homelands. I mean, you could make a difference in someone's life. It is in your power to do so. I would beg you, my friends, that if you look around you and you don't like the world around you, then make like the Inca. Take a hold of the world. Shake the very earth. I would, in fact, tell you to do many things, but there is a truth about stories, my friends. The truth about stories is that it isn't up to me, the storyteller, what happens, what you do with them. The truth about stories is that a story might perk your interest. A story might satisfy your curiosity. A story might make you laugh, might make you think. It might even make you angry or make you cry. A story can do many things, but there is a truth about stories, and this is it. In this future world that we will find ourselves living in, if you, I hope you don't, but if you find yourself in a life devoid of real meaning, as you have done little but to collect things and money, if you have built nothing of value to others, if you have helped no one, and you don't like the world you live in, you may never say if only. If only I had known, I could have found meaning in building a clan. If only I had known that I could have found meaning in helping people who need help. If only I could have known, I would have done something. I would have shook the earth. This is something you may never say, for you have heard this story now. Thank you, my friends, and especially thank you to those of you who are able to write written reviews or spread the word about the show. And of course, to my wonderful Patreon supporters, I look forward to speaking to you again soon about Columbus. Until then, hoka hey, my friends. Today is a great day to live.
I'm sick of taking orders from the madman in command. So let's drop him on an island and leave him in the sand. Cause it's a mutiny. It's a mutiny. It's a mutiny. And now we're taking over the ship. It's a mutiny. It's a mutiny. It's a mutiny. And now we're taking over the ship. Shit. Haven't you heard what's happening here? You're no longer in control, and we're drinking up your beer. This is now a democratic, egalitarian pirate ship. So enjoy your trip, 'cause it's a mutiny.